Welcome to this course. In this exciting course, you will develop 10 web applications by using HTML, CSS and JavaScript technology. So if you acquire a fundamental understanding of these technologies, then you can easily follow this course. So allow me to introduce the projects that we will be building throughout this course. So the first application that we are going to build is the FD calculator application. So you can see it has 3 labels, 1 button and 3 input types, and then we have this maturity amount which will be show the amount with results. Okay, so here we are going to add the amount. So I'm going to enter here like 1 lakh rupees, and if I enter the interest rate as 6%, and if I enter here tenure years is going to be 1, then we are getting the 6,000 rupees interest on 1 year of the FD. The next project that we are going to build is the password generator application. So you can see right now it's having the default value in the input type is 8. This is also an input type, but we are going to restrict it with the HTML code so that we don't enter the text inside of this particular input type. Then you can see we have these check boxes. So if I include a lowercase character, then we are getting a 8 length of the password. If I just simply uncheck this lowercase, then we are getting the password with just numbers and uppercase. If I include the symbols and lowercase and increase the length of the password, then we are getting the random password according to these input checkboxes. So our third project is vowel checker application. You can see this is the vowel checker application. It has a nice hover effect on this card. We have this heading, text area input, then I have this button and the result element to display the result of the operation. So if I enter here like Udemy course, I click on this check vowel, then you can see we have these 5 vowels here. So it's going to display the result as 5. Okay, the next project, which is the fourth project we are going to build, is the age calculator. So you can see this is the age calculator. Then we need to select the DB, means the date of birth. If I select here a date of birth like October, and just I need to select the year as well. If I select my date of birth year, which is 1995, and then October, then this is going to be 25. Click on the age, and you can see my age is 27 years, which is correct. The fifth application that we are going to build is the tip calculator. So here we need to add the amount. So suppose we have actually spent $100 and we tip percentage is going to be like 5. So if I calculate it, then you can see we need to pay the $5 of the tip amount, and the total amount that we need to pay is $105. So this is the fifth application that we are going to build it by using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. Sixth application is the simple to-do list application. So it's just having a single input type, then there is a heading and then simple button. When you click on it, then the to-do will be added. So if I enter here like first task or first to-do, okay, so first task to-do, if I click on add, then you can see the to-do is added to the list. And it also have this cross button which will actually use to delete the task. So if I enter here like second to-do, and if I click on the add, then you can see the two to-dos is actually added. If I click on this, then you can see it's actually removed, and if I click on this button, this to-do is also removed. So our seventh application is the digital clock application. We actually going to build it by using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. Again, I am repeating, we are going to create this nice card-like structure. So it is little tricky to develop. So we are going to do this with the use of CSS, and we are going to update the timer by using the JavaScript. So this particular project doesn't take any input. So right now it's going to display the time in a 24-hour format. Our eighth application is the expense tracker application. So it's just like a to-do application but with some modification. So if I click on the add, then you can see it has a like alert. So inside of that we need to first enter the expense description. So it's going to like food. So it's going with a food description. If I click on OK, then there is another alert will pop up. So inside of that you need to add the amount. So it's going to like $500 you have spent on your foods. If I click on add, then you can see the list is actually added, and then you also have this particular cross button. So on click of that, it is going to remove the. Let me add another expense. So it's like our water, or if I just simply say that the internet expense, click on OK, then the amount is going to like $40. If I click OK, then you can see this is our internet expense. If I want to delete it, then simply click on this cross button. It's going to delete the list of the expense. The another application, which is the ninth application that we're going to develop, is just a pop-up application. So if I click on this, then you can see this is a pop-over appears. If I click on the close, then you can see the pop-over close. So we are going to build this application by using CSS because most of the code is actually done with the CSS. Our last application of this course is the ASCII code generator. So if I just simply refresh here to actually give you the fresh overview of the application. So this is the ASCII code character detector application, ASCII code / Unicode character. So if I enter here a character, then it's going to return whether the entered character is ASCII character or a Unicode character. So that's for all the projects that we're going to build in this course. So by the end of the course, you will have 10 fully functional HTML, CSS and JavaScript projects in your portfolio. But you will also acquire a solid understanding of essential JavaScript concepts. I will guide you through each line of the code, providing step-by-step explanation of the code and its core concept. So enroll now to start your exciting coding journey. Welcome back to this lecture. So in this lecture we are going to build the FD calculator application. So let me show you the final product that we are going to build. So this is our FD calculator. You can see when I just hover over it, then you can see there is a nice background in this particular card, and we have three fields here, means the three input type. The first is actually going to accept the principal amount, then the second is for the interest rate, and the third one is tenure in years, which actually how many years you want, and the fourth one is actually our button, which is the input type button, and then we have a result which actually displays the final output of the maturity amount. So here if I just change the value to like 5 lakh, I think it's like 50. Okay, so it has 5 zeros, so it is actually lakh, and if I just click on calculate, then you will see the rate of interest is actually you earn like 33,250 rupees for 1 year. And if we change the rate of interest like 7.0, it's also going to accept a value which is like integer type or maybe a float value. So if I click on it, then you can see 3 means you going to earn the interest rate is like 35,000 for 1 year. And if I increase here too, then the interest will be increased to 70,000. So this will be the application. If I refresh, then the values will be going to into default, which is a placeholder text. Okay, so we are going to build this application. So first open your Visual Studio. So you can see I have already done it. I have actually created 3 files inside of this particular folder. So here we have 3 files. All of them are empty. So I'm going to click on this so that you can see more clearly, and also I'm going to increase the zoom a little bit. So coming back to our index.html, so here I will be going to add the code, which is sign of exclamation, which is an emit abbreviation. So if I click on it, then we get our placeholder text. So if I type here like FD calculator, actually I have given the name to our application, which is FD calculator. So this is a basic template given by Visual Studio Code for the responsiveness. Like 3 meta tags has been added. So these are actually used for the responsivity purpose, and these are actually like compatibility for the Edge browser, and it is actually a Unicode character format which has lot more character set, more than 255 character set I think, which is more powerful than the ASCII character set. So these are pretty basics, but we don't need to worry about these because we need to build our application, which is FD calculator. So first we need to add some HTML elements. So I'm going to minimize it because we need to get the reference what we are actually going to build. And first here I will be adding a h1 element just to check whether everything is working properly or not. So hello FD, I just going to write this text, and here we have a live server extension. You should install this live server extension because it will make our life little bit easy. So if I click on go or live, and then we will see output moment. So here we can see everything is working fine. So another thing I want to do is actually link the CSS part of the code. So I'm going to write here style.css, and then also I'm going to add the script tag to add the script. So here I will be type src, and then here I will be adding the script.js. So all of these now are connected with our index.html. So let's get started by adding the element inside the HTML part. So first I need a div. So here I will be using a div, and inside of this div, or I can use a shortcut which is by default available inside the Visual Studio Code, which is emit. So if I just type it here container like dot container, and if I press tab, then I get a div tag that has a class container. So this will actually little bit for the fast step. So I'm not going to use too much emit in this particular course because this course is for the beginner purpose only, means beginner can easily follow along. So I'm not going to confuse you by using the emit, although I'm using a just small emit like shortcuts so that it will be easy for me to complete the course more quickly. So after getting this container, it's time to actually h1 tag, which is for the heading. So I'm going to add the h1 tag because this is actually an heading FD calculator. So we want to do that. So that is the reason we need to add here an h1 tag, and inside of this I need to add the text FD calculator. So this is our FD calculator, and inside of this we need to add the div element. So it's going to like div, and inside the div we are going to use a label. So here I'm going to type the label, and inside of this first we need to add the principal and then the text, which is going to be principal amount. Okay, so now the principal amount is done. Then after the label we need an input. So input actually is going to be like input type. So here I will be using an input, and inside of the type we need a number. So I'm going to add the number. Then I will be going to use the ID parameter, means I'm going to specify the ID, not a parameter. So here I will be typing principal, so this one, the smaller one, and then we need to add the placeholder tag, which is enter the principal amount. So this marks the actually completion of our. So if I go to the end, you can see it is completed. So this is what we have to do for the FD calculator. The first element, so if I just control save it, and if we see it like the output, you can see this is our first principal amount. So we need to actually copy and paste it one more time so that it will save a little bit our time. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy it and I will be pasting it 2 more times, and then I will be changing the content of it. So if I just save it, and you will see we have 3 of them because we need 3. So let me just change their label name and their IDs. So the first one is label, the second is actually for the interest rate, and then the label I'm going to change it into interest rate. Okay, so this will be our interest rate, and I also need to specify the class here so that we can actually style it when. So it's going to be like form group, because I actually forgot it to enter it. So I'm going to also enter it for the second div. So here we need to also add. Okay, actually I copied the wrong thing. Again I need to copy it, and then I will be pasting it here one more time. And then for this one also, and then here we need to leave the input type as number because we are working with number, and here we need to add the interest rate. So I'm going to copy it, and then we need to change the placeholder, enter the interest rate. So I'm going to remove the amount. Okay, so this marks the second one, and then we need to change the third one. This is for the tenure, so it's going to like tenure, and then it's label text which will be displayed, and then we need to specify the ID. So here we are going to specify the ID like tenure, you can see, and then we need to change the label, which is enter the tenure in years. So and tenure, I'm going to short it as tenure in years. So if I just save it and let me see it, so you can see now we have 3 input elements inside our project. Now the last we need a button. So if I just go to there and let me see, this is a button, and we need another label to display the result. So coming back to the Visual Studio Code, so you can see this is the container, the main container. Then we have our h1 tag. Okay, then we have form groups. So we have 3 form groups of having a class form group. So means we have 3 div. Inside of this we have label and input, and then we need a button. So it should remain inside the container. The button, all the things will be added inside the container, because later on we need to create a card and then put all of this inside the card, like just you can see it here. Okay, so again coming back to Visual Studio Code, so here I will be using a button, and inside of the button I'm going to specify the ID, and I will be using a calculate btn, short for the button, and then we are going to specify the class for the styling. Class is equal to, and then here I will be using a calculate btn, Actually, I have added a cal only, calculate btn, but at this time I need to specify the hyphen and make it as smaller one. Now here you will be seeing that we have used two selectors. The first is used for the JavaScript purpose, because we are going to use it to calculate the logic part, and this one is used for the styling inside the CSS file. Okay, so that is why I have specified here two id selector, means the first is id selector and the second one is class selector. Then we need a paragraph element. So if I just do it here and type it the id, and then inside that I will be using a result. Again I am using here a id, and then we need to specify the class. So this class one is used for the JavaScript purpose, and then I will be here using a maturity amount. Okay, so this marks the completion of the HTML part. So if I see it and just save it, and you can see we have this little button, so we need to add a text inside this button. So again I'm going to here, and actually I forgot to add the, so I will be here writing a calculate, save it, and you can see we have all of this. So our next step is to style this particular calculator by using the style sheet. So coming back to Visual Studio Code, and now I'm going to open the style.css file. So inside of that we need to provide a lot of style. So I'm going to type it, and then I will be explaining the code. So first I need to actually select the body element, and here I will be writing some code, means typing the code. So first we need a font family here. So the font family we are going to use an Arial, and I will be using a sans serif. Okay, so this is what, and the background color we are going to add it here like a simple hashtag F2, and F2. So this is a little bit of gray, I will say it, and then we need to provide the display flex. Okay, and then I will be here using a justify content center. Okay, and then I will be using align items center, and then I will be using here a height attribute which is like 100 vh. Okay, so this will actually makes our container at the center of the screen. Then I'm going to select the container. So I'm actually going to copy the container so that I didn't make any typo while typing the code. So this is our container, and inside of the container I'm going to add the background color. So background color I'm going to use like hashtag FFF for the white. Okay, and then I will be using a border radius. So border radius is going to be 5 pixel, and then we need to specify the padding. So padding is going to be like from all sides is going to be 20 pixel, and then I need to specify the box shadow. So box shadow is like 0 pixel, and then 0 pixel, and then we need to specify the 2 pixel, and I will be using a RGBA function to specify the color. So 198 from the red, then we need a green, so which is like 193. So 193, and then in the next one we need to specify the 193 again, and then the alpha value is going to be like 0.1. So this will be the box shadow property, and then I will be using a max width property. So the max width is going to be like 400 pixel, and then the width is going to be like 100%. So here I will be using 100%. So if I save it, and you can see now we have our card at the center of the screen. Now the next step is actually we need to create the dot container hover class. So I'm going to copy this one again and paste it here, and here I will be adding a pseudo class element hover. So all of the code will remain same, so but I am going to remove this padding or also this max width and width property. We just need a one property which is box shadow, so that we can create this effect like when we hover it. So there is a box shadow is actually increasing, means the shadow of the box become little bit more darker. Okay, so we need to do that. So here we are just need to change the values. So this 0 pixel will become 5, and also we need to make it 5, and then this one is going to be like 10 pixel, and the like our hover effect, this one is become 0, also this one becomes 0 and 0. So if I save it, and if I again go back and check it, then you can see the border is actually, means the box shadow is actually changing. So we have done with the container code of the style. So coming back to the Visual Studio Code, it's time to actually code the H1. So which is having a heading of like FT calculator. So I'm directly using the element selector because right now we have only one H1. So inside the JSON, first we need to specify the font size. So font size is going to be 24 pixel. And then we need to specify the text align property. And we also need a text decoration property. So there should be an underline. And after that, I'm going to add the margin bottom is from 20 pixel. So if I save it and see, you can see we have this FT calculator is now styled. Then we need to style the input elements, or we can say that we are going to directly style it by using the form group because we have added a form. Okay, so we are going to style this. So coming back to the style.css, so here I will be writing a form hyphen group, and then we need to first target the label. Okay, so let me start this, and I didn't make any typo. Like the label name is label. Yes, okay, everything is perfect. So first I need to make it like a group, like display block, because right now you can see they all are actually coming in the same line horizontal because these elements have not a block. So block one actually take the whole row, I will say it, because if you know the basic of the HTML. So we are going to change its display property. So coming back to the Visual Studio Code, so first we need to make it as block. Okay, and then the second property we need font weight. So font weight is we are going to use the bold, or you can use the bolder as well if you like it. Then I need to provide the margin bottom. So margin bottom is going to be like 5 pixel. And then we need to do one more styling, which is form group, and inside of that we need to provide the margin bottom is 10 pixel. Okay, so this will be the form group, and then we need to add the form group input. So let me just copy this one and remove the extra spacing. This is a form group, and then we need to use the input. Inside the form group, all the inputs we are actually targeting, and first we need to specify the width. It's going to be like 95%, and after that we need to specify the padding. So padding from all the side is going to be like 10 pixel, and then I'm going to be using a font size property. So font size is going to be like 16 pixel, and after that we need to use the border property. So there should be a border from all the sides, so 1 pixel, and we are going to use a solid border. This is a solid one, and we need to provide the color. So it is going to be like CC, and then we need to specify the border radius property. So border radius is going to be like 5 pixel. So this will be the input group, means the form group of the input element from the form group. So if I go back to then you can see our application is taking the style just like we want to do it. Okay, so we have now this light gray border. When I click on it, we get this default styling, the active code. Next we need to add the code for the calculate button, and then this result one. So again, coming back to the Visual Studio Code, so first time we'll be adding the code for the result. So where is the result? So this is a result. Okay, so I'm just targeting the result, and inside of that first we need to add the font size property, and we are going to add the text align property. So we are going to make it into center, and then the margin top property, which is going to be like 10 pixel. Okay, so now the next part is to add the code for the button. So our calculate button, calculate, and then we need to specify the hyphen btn. I think I am adding the correct one, so I'm just going to copy it so that I didn't make any spelling mistake, otherwise it will not going to work. And then we need to open its code bracket. So I'm adding here a padding. So padding is like 10 pixel. After that we need to add 20 pixel. So this notepad is like padding. Okay, and then we need to add a background color. So background color, we need a nice bluish color. So 79FF. not @ we need a hashtag 2979FF. So this will give us a blue color, and then we need a color which is a font color property FFF hashtag. First we need to specify the hash, not hashtag, and after that we need to specify border is going to be none. Okay, and then the font weight, we're going to increase the font weight to like bold, and if I just use the bolder one just to make it a little bit different, then border radius is going to be like 5 pixel, and after that we need to specify the cursor property. So the cursor property is going to be like pointer. Okay, so this will be the default coding. Now again I'm going to copy it and paste it, and I will be removing everything except the color property because we need to change it. So I will be using here a 4 and then 8 capital A and FF, not DD, it's like FF, also the hash symbol. So this is a new color, little bit darker than the previous one. So if I save it and let me see the output screen, so you can see it's becoming changing, the color is not changing. Okay, we need to make it a little bit lighter, I think. So if I go back to the Visual Studio Code and if I say it here, we can change it like with this one also. Okay, if I just hover over it, so it's actually the default. Okay, so what I did actually, it's actually overriding the code because I didn't specify here a hover. So I need to specify the hover. First let me undo it, the color that I have used previously, and here we need to specify the hover. Okay, save it, and if I just go back, you can see now the color is actually changing. So this one is actually working on the URL part, and it is actually working on the live plugin. So it's a different, so almost same. So now it's time for the JavaScript part. First we need to get the ID elements of this all field, also the button, and then we need to calculate the logic, and then need to display the result inside this result element, which is a paragraph element. So let's start with the JavaScript part. So coming back to Visual Studio Code, so let first open our JavaScript file. So first we need to create here a function. So it's going to be a function which is calculate maturity amount. I name my function, then we need to specify the braces and then its body. So the thing is here we need to actually first get the input values. So first here I will be writing and get the input values, get the inputs, or I can say that they get the input values from the form elements. Okay, and the first we need to do it here const and principal. So instead of using get element directly, first we need to use a function called parse float, and inside of this we need to get the element. So I am typing here document dot get element by id, and inside of the we need to specify the bracket, then a single quote, and then I will be typing the name of the id element principal. Okay, and then we need to get a value. So here we need to type it after the bracket dot value. Okay, so this is what we need to do. Then I'm going to copy it because we need to get the element id of the two more. So I need to change it here interest rate, and here I will be also typing the interest. Okay, so we get the second id, and then the third one is tenure and document, and here we need to specify the tenure as well. So now we get the elements, then we need to perform the calculation. So here I will be again typing the code, perform the calculation, and inside we need to create the another const variable which is maturity amount is equal to, then the logic which is principal multiply with the principal amount inside of the bracket principal multiply with interest rate, and then we need to multiply it with the tenure as well, and then we need to divide this value by 100. So this is a logic for calculating the maturity amount, and then we need to display the result. So here I will be typing the comment display the result, and instead of that again we need to use the document dot get element by id, and here we need to specify the result, which is our paragraph element, and inside of that we need to update its inner text value. Inner text is equal to, and then we are here using a template string. So if I use it here like that text, not this one, template string. So here I will be using a maturity amount, and then colon, and then I will be using a dollar symbol, then curly brackets. This is a template string. Then here I need to type the maturity amount dot to fixed, and inside of this we need to specify here 2, and then we need to actually terminate it. So this is what, so let me just zoom out a little bit. Okay, so this is the final code of the result, which it will display the result. Now if we run this application, we didn't able to calculate it because we have fetched the IDs of all the 4 elements, but we have our 5 elements. The button ID is not fetched, means we need to add the listener to this our button. Okay, so after the end of this function, we need to add the listener to our button outside of this function. So attach the listener, attach the event listener to the calculate button. Okay, so let me add it. So first we need to use the document dot get element by id. So we have actually specified the button id, which is calculate btn. I didn't make any typo. Let me first check it. So calculate btn, copy it, and this I want to paste it. Then we need to add the event listener by adding dot add event listener. So we are going to add event listener, pressing a tab key, and instead of that we need to specify the click event listener. So here is a click, and then we need to specify a comma, and then calculate maturity amount, which is the name of our function. So we need to call this event. Okay, and after that we need to specify here a terminator. So that's actually marks the completion of the code. If we save it, and then we need to run this application. So if I coming back to the browser, okay, so I'm going to refresh it, and then I will be adding here amount, which is 1 lakh. Okay, so we have 5 zeros. The rate of interest is going to like 6.0, and then the tenure is actually like 1 year. So if I click on calculate, then you can see we get this whole big string. So it's actually not working. I think there is something problem. So if I change the value again like 5 lakh, you can see we have 6.0. If I just add here only 6, calculate it, then we are actually multiplying it, so it's actually not working. There is something problem, so we need to fix it. So coming back to our Visual Studio Code, so let me see the JavaScript part, because the designing part is done properly, but we are actually facing the problem. So actually here is a problem. We need to actually add the value instead of multiplying. So here we need to add the plus symbol. Okay, so we need to add the principal with the multiplication. So save it, and if I again refresh it, make sure you can see we are actually working on the URL one, which is a live server one. This is actually working on the path one. Okay, so let's again check it by entering the value. So I am actually here entering the 1 lakh again. So we have 5 zeros, then the rate of interest is going to like 6.0, and then the tenure is going to like 1. So if I click on calculate, then you can see now it's actually showing 6,000 interest. So if I change the value to like 7.0, then we get 7,000 rupees of interest, and for 2 years it's going to like 14,000. And if I just increase it here a value like 5 lakh, you can see here is a 5 lakh, and if I just do it, then you can say we are actually earning 70,000 as an interest rate on 2 years. Okay, so this is the final working code of our FT calculator. So that's it for this lecture. If you like this lecture, then leave a review, and if you face any difficulty, then comment it down. I will definitely try to help you. So thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome back to this lecture. So in this lecture, we are going to build the password generator application. So let me show you the final application that we are going to build. So this is the final application that we are going to build in this particular video. So you can see this is a password generator part of the application. So when we click on generate password, so you can see we are getting the 8 length password. So if I increase the length of the password and if I click it, then we are seeing the 10 length password. So if you don't want to include a lowercase letter, click on, then you can see we are getting the include uppercase and numbers. So if you want a symbols and also the lowercase, then you get the symbols. Again, you can click on it, then you get the difficult password. If you increase it, then you are getting the strong password by using symbols, numbers, uppercase and lowercase letters. So this is the project that we are going to build in this part of the course. So here you can see inside this Visual Studio Code, I have already created the 3 files. The first is index.html, the second is style.css, and the third is app.js. So I actually added all of this file inside this particular folder, which is password generator for web. So I'm going to click on this, and now you can see everything more clearly. So I'm going to click on this and drag it to the screen, and also I want a browser, and also I'm going to add the next tab. So this one is actually for the project that we are going to develop. So first we are going to start with the HTML part of this project. So click on the index.html. So here I'm going to tap the sign of exclamation. If I press the tab key, then you can see we get the boilerplate code. So I'm going to name this as password generator, and if I save it, and also I need to add here a h1 element just for the checking purpose whether the things are working or not. Okay, so I'm going to click on this live server. So first I'm going to click on this go live. Now you can see we are getting the results in our browser. I'm going to click on the closing the tab. Now I'm going to just make it little bit this viewport, so that Visual Studio, okay, so it's actually changing. Okay, so first we are going to add the other HTML elements for this password generator. Okay, so I'm going to wrap this h1 inside the container, which is div. So here I will be typing a container. Okay, and okay, I have actually spelling it mistake. So tab key, and inside this container I'm going to place this h1. Okay, and also we need to link the CSS part. So here I will be adding this CSS part and also the JavaScript part. So I am adding a script tag, and here I need to provide the src, and instead of that I need to specify the file name of the JavaScript file. Okay, so this is all what we have to do so far. Now inside of this we need to add the other elements, which is an input type. Okay, this is noted, this is will be working as a label. We can't enter the text inside this, so we need to restrict it. And then we need a button, then we need a password length input type, and then we need these 4 checkboxes. So all of this we need to add it one by one. Okay, so let's do it. So the first we need a div for the password. So I'm going to type it here a class which is password. So dot password, pressing a tab key, and instead of that we need to specify a one input type. So input, and the type is going to be text because it is actually a password, so we need to consider it as a text. So I'm going to provide the ID, and here I will be using a password, and then we need to specify the password as read only. So we are going to actually add the attribute as read only, and then we need to add the button. So when we click on the button, we are getting the new password every time. So we need to specify the type of this button as button. Okay, and actually we need to close the tab. Why it's not closing? Okay, I need to add it here, and the closing tag is also appearing. And then we need to specify the ID, which is generate password. You can name it whatever you want, but actually for the follow up this course, so just type it whatever I am typing, just so that we both are on the same track, and it's become very easy for you to actually troubleshoot the code when you make any mistake. So type it exactly the same that I am typing in the video. Then we need to provide the label to our this input element, which is generate password. Okay, and if I just control save it, then you can see we are getting our password generator, input type, and the now in this input you can see we not able to enter the value. So if I remove this read only attribute, then you can see if I save it and if I just, then you can see we are able to enter the value. So make sure you add this read only, then you can see the values is actually removed. So after adding the input code from the button and generate password, it's time to coming outside of this div and add the other input element, which is the options like these are. Okay, so again coming back to the our password generator, and inside the Visual Studio we need to add another div. So I'm going to just use the options, which is I'm pressing the tab key. Now inside of this div we need to specify all the other input type, which is our checkboxes. Okay, so that we can easily style it. So first I'm going to add it here a label, and this label is going to for the length of the password, just length, and then I'm going to specify the label name, which is password. Okay, and then after that we need to provide the input to this label. So input type is going to be a number, whether you want a 8-bit character long password or a 10 character long password, not bit. You want a 10 character long password, 5 character, or a longer password like 16. So I'm going to specify here a length. Okay, after specifying the length, then we need to specify a value. So the default value is going to be like 8, because in most of the website we need a 8-bit long password, means 8 character long password, and the minimum value is also going to be 8. Okay, and then the maximum it can support up to 64. Okay, so actually I have forwarded here another port, remove it, and here we need to add a 64. Actually I have not closed this one, that is why it's giving the error. And we'll zoom out little bit. Okay, so now the input is I have done. So if I just control save it, then you can see we get the password length. So we have here made a spelling mistake, I think. It's password length. So right now it's actually coming at the front of the password, but we want to add the top, so we are going to style it when we are doing the CSS part. Okay, so rest we need to add these 4 labels and then these 4 checkboxes. So coming back to the our own password generator tab, and here after we need to remain inside this div. Okay, and then I'm going to add another label, and this label is for lowercase. Okay, and then we need to also specify the and also provide the colon. Okay, and then we need to specify the input type, and then the type is going to be checkbox, because we need to add a checkbox. Okay, and after that we need to specify the ID to this checkbox is going to like ID is equal to like lowercase. Okay, and then it is actually we need to provide the checked property, so that when we click on it we are getting these checked, and if we remove this checked property, save it, then there is no checked. Okay, so we need to manually do it. So this is the label for the lowercase. Now I'm going to copy this 2 lines of code and paste it one more time, and again paste it for 2 more times, because coming right next. And yeah, so this is for the lowercase. If I save it, then you can see we are getting these 1 2 3 4 1, and we need 4. So right now what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually change the like content of all of this. So first the last one is actually I'm going to style it, means modifying the last one first. This is for the symbols. okay, which is a special characters. So here I will be adding these symbols and remove this lowercase. Also I have removed the checked property, so it's going to remain checkbox, and this is actually a symbols, and then this second last one, which is for the like our numbers. Okay, so I'm going to here give the id as number, and then the name is also I'm going to include numbers. Okay, then the second one, which is lowercase, it is going to be like uppercase. This is going to be uppercase, and the id name is also going to be changed it into uppercase. Okay, if I save it, you can see include lowercase, which is a checkbox, then include uppercase. This is a checkbox for the include and include numbers, then this will be the checkbox for this include numbers, and then we have symbols. So right now you can see all of them are actually coming one after the other in the same line. This is because we are going to modify its display property, which is we are going to set the display property to block when we are actually styling it into the CSS part. Now here you can see I have actually made one mistake. Like you can see the id for this symbol one is actually a lowercase, so we need to change the id of this one to like symbols. Okay, so the id is going to be like symbols. Also you can see the label for this is actually a lowercase, but actually it is a number. So here I will be typing numbers, and also this should be a smaller symbols, and also for this is for the lowercase, this is for the uppercase. So here also we need to specify the uppercase case. So this is for the uppercase, this is for the numbers and symbols. So all of them are now perfectly typed. If I control save it, the output will remain same. The last one is unchecked because sometimes you don't want to include a special symbols in your password, like symbols or special symbols, whatever you want. Okay, you can change it as per your need. So our next step is to actually style the CSS part of this password generator application. So now we have to style this password generator application. So first we have to open the style.css file. So I'm going to select the body element, and inside of this we need to specify the font family and background color. So I'm going to be adding a background color first. So it's going to like F5 and F5. It's going to give us like a white type of color, and if I control save it, you can see the little bit of the gray color, I will say it. Now we need to specify the font family. So font family is going to like Arial and sans serif. Okay, so this is the body font, and you can see the font is actually changed. If I remove this property, save it, you can see the default password, and if I use Arial sans serif, now you can see the font is changed for the application. Then we need to specify the code for the container, and we start the block of the container. So the first thing is we need to specify the max width property. It's going to be like 600 pixel. If I save it, you can see some of the elements are actually coming into the next line, because the maximum width is going to be 600 pixels. Okay, actually I have to do it, just place it like so that you can see everything more clearly. Okay, and the next property we are going to add the margin. So margin from top layer, it's going to be 0, and so if I just save it, right now you can see there is nothing changed, and if I use auto and change, then you can see it's actually now coming back at the center. Then we need to add the another property, which is padding. So padding is like from all side is going to be like 25 pixel. Okay, and then I need to provide the border radius. So I'm going to type the property because these are some basic ones. You can easily remember it by just experimenting with these properties, because these are some easy ones. So now I'm going to use the box shadow. So box shadow is like 0 pixel, and then again 0 pixel, and then I need to provide the 20 pixel. Then I will be using a RGBF function for 0 from all the color, and then alpha I'm going to provide is 0.2. If I save it, then you can see we are getting this card like structure. Okay, because we have added the box shadow and also the border radius. And then I'm going to add here a background color. So background color I will be using FFF, which is for the white. Then you can see we are actually getting this nice looking card. Okay, and now it's time to actually style the h1 element, which is our password generator heading. Okay, so we need to do that. So first I will be aligning this to add the center. So text align at center, and then also we need to provide the margin top property. So margin from top is going to be like, so if we're not using the margin, let me show you. So it is at the center, and then I will be using margin top is going to be like 0 pixel, or I can just do it like 2 pixel. Okay, so that is, you can change it as per your need. Again I am saying it. Now the next we need to add the code for the label that we are actually seeing it here, that is include and include uppercases. These are the labels that we need to style it. So first I will be using here a label and targeting the element directly by its name. So here we are actually going to use the display property to like flex, and then we need to align the items at center. So if I save it, then you can see everything is now coming one after the other. Okay, so instead of using a block element, I have used here a display flex and align items at center. Then I'm going to specify the margin property. So margin is going to like 10 pixel, and then I will be specifying here a 0. Then you can see margin from top and bottom is going to be like 10 pixels, and from left and right it actually is 0. So if I here increase the like 2 pixel, and you can see they are actually coming very narrow. So 10 pixel is actually working fine for me. Okay, so next we are going to add the style for our password element, that is this one. So let me see in the password. So this is the ID, which is the password. I'm going to copy it and providing the hashtag and use it, and opening its block of the code. And first we need to add the margin top property. So it's going to like margin top from 20 pixels. If I save it, then you can see there is a 20 pixel margin from the heading and this particular element. And after that we need to specify the font size property. So the font size is going to be like 24 pixel, which right now you cannot see it because we have actually added nothing inside it, because we are going to update the value of this element by using JavaScript. Okay, then we need to add the text align property. It's going to be center, and then we need to add the padding. Padding from all sides is going to be like 10 pixel, and then we need to add the border to be none. So border is going to be none. So if I save it, you can see there is no border, and even the button is actually far from the, because right now it's actually like padding, and also its font size increased. Text alignment is center, so it's look like little bit bigger than its previous position, means previous form. It's actually changed its form, I will say it. Now the next is we need to add the border radius property. So border radius is going to be like 5 pixel. Okay, if I save it, and then we need to add the background color so that we can see it, and here I will be using a F9 and F9 color. If I save it, you can see there is a little bit of the appearance of the like that particular input type, I will say it. And then we need to add the box shadow. So the box shadow is going to be like 0 pixel, then 0 pixel, and then we need to specify the 10 pixel, and then I will be using an RGBA function, and then 0 0 0, and the alpha is going to be like 0.2. Save it, then you can see there is a nice shadow of the box, means there is a nice box shadow. So that marks the completion for the code of the password element, means the password element. Yes, this is a password element. And next we need to add the code for the generate, which is our button. So go to the button and copy the ID. Again I will be using a hashtag, then paste it and then start its block of code. Now inside the generator, first I need to add the again margin property, which is like margin from top is going to be like 20 pixel. Okay. Then we need to add the background color is going to be like green color. So we are going to use 4C AF and we need to add here 50, which is a green color. You can see this looks like a button, and then we need to add the color. So color is going to be like white. So you can see the white color. Then we need to add the border, not border radius. It's going to like border is equal to none. So the border is actually removed from the button, which is a default. By default, the button has the border. So we remove the border, then we need to specify the border radius property is going to be like 5 pixel. And then I will be adding a padding, so it looks like little bit bigger. So you can add the padding, even you can add the padding to like 20 pixel if you want to make it big, but that looks too big. So 10 pixel is working fine, even the 15 pixel is working, 15 not 10 is working fine. 10 pixel, you can see it's look great. And then we need to specify the font size. So font size is going to be like 16 pixel. So now it's actually a little bit bigger, the font size. And then we need to provide the cursor property, which is cursor, and it's going to be like pointer. Then again I'm going to copy it. We need to provide a little hover state to it, so colon, and then we will be adding a hover, closing its block of code. And then here we need to change the background color property. Color is going to be a little bit lighter than the previous one, so 3E, 8E, and then we have a 4-1 color. Save it. So if I hover it, and you can see it's actually become a little bit darker, so it's indicating that we are actually want to click on the button. Okay, so that marks the completion for the code of the button as well. And then I think all the styles have been done. So if I save it, and you can see this is the CSS part for the project. I think everything is look great. We can even check it. If I refresh it, we can see all of these three are checked. The symbol ones is unchecked. So yeah, it looks same, guys. We have done it, the CSS part of the project. So our next step is to add the JavaScript. So now it's time to add the JavaScript part to this password generator application. So for that, we need to use the JavaScript file. So I'm going to open the app.js file. And inside of that, first we need to actually fetch the IDs of all of these UI elements. That is this input type button, this password length input type, and all of these 4 check boxes. So let's start doing it. But before that, because it is a password generator application, so we need to create 4 variables. The first variable is actually for the lowercase letters. The second is for the uppercase letter. The third is for the numbers. And the fourth one is for the symbols. So let me first create all of these variables. So first I'm going to type it here const. And it's going to be like lowercase characters. Or I can say that the letters is equal to, and this is going to be of type string. And then we need to add the const. And this is going to be upper case letters is equals to, and then again I need to add the semicolon, and then inside of that again we need to create the variable which is of numbers is equal to, this is also of type string, so it's going to hold the string values. And then we need to create the const variable again, which is for the symbols is equal to, and then this is also of type string. Now inside of that we need to add the character from A, B, C. So instead of typing manually, I can just simply pasting this particular code so that it will save the little bit of time. You can see this is for the ABC, and then for the uppercase character we also need all of the 26 alphabets. Then we need 10 digits, which is for the numbers. So again I'm going to paste it. And then we also need special symbols, because for creating the password with the use of special characters or special symbols you can say. So these are the 4 variables we need. And then we need to fetch the element IDs. So first we need to create here a const variable. So it is of length. So first I'm going to type it here length. length el, which is length element, is equal to, and then we need to type it here, document.get element by id, which is the name is going to be length. So I'm going to provide it here, and here we need to use the length, which is the first one. So first we get the id of this particular element, which is length. That is why I have written it here. So control save it, and then we need to again copy this one into many times. So I'm going to copy, note this one, actually I didn't copy it, one more time, and again I'm going to change it here to lowercase el, which is lowercase element, and here I will be typing it here lowercase. Again I'm going to press enter to come to the next line, and again I'm going to press Ctrl V, pasting the code because I already copied into the clipboard, and here I will be typing it here uppercase el, which is for the uppercase element, and then here I want to type it here uppercase. Again coming back to the next line, here I will be using Ctrl CV again, the number, or I can say the numbers el because it has more than one number, and here I will be using numbers. After that again coming back, and here I will be pressing Ctrl CV, and here I will be using symbols el, which is symbols element, and then I will be using here symbols, and after that again I will be pressing Ctrl V. This time it is going to be a generate button, generate btn, short for the button, and then the id, which is generate. So I can just cross check whether the id is generate. So you can see the id is generate. Then the last one is password, so I actually copy that. Now don't copy because I need to type this whole big line of code. So for the saving of the time, I'm actually copy pasting it. So password el, which is for the password element, it is short, and then here we need to type it password. So we are actually fetching the element IDs. Even you can comment it down. I already showed you in the first project, which is a basic project that I have developed in this course. So after that, we need to actually set the listener to our button so that when we click on it, we should able to generate the password. So let's start doing it. So first here we'll be adding a generate btn dot add event listener. So the event listener that we are going to add is actually a click. So I will be typing here inside the double quotes click event, not click, it's like click event, and then we need to specify the comma, then function, and then we need to start the braces of the function and then the brackets. Okay, and also we need to provide the terminator to this particular generate add event listener. Okay, so everything we need to type inside this block of event listener code. Okay, so first we need to create here a one variable of the const type, which is of length. So first then we need to type it here a length el dot value. So we are getting the value of that particular constant. Okay, note it's like terminator, and after that we need to create a variable of type let. So it's going to be an empty variable right now. Characters is equal to, and it is of type empty string, and then again we need another character which is for the password, that is equal to password. This is also of type string, but it is going to be an empty one at this point of time. Okay, then we need to check for the condition. So for checking the condition, we need to use the if condition. So first we need to check for the lowercase el. So first we need to check the value whether it is checked or not. So here we need to use the lowercase ed checked because it is actually a value. So checked, and then here we need to type the characters, which is a variable. So we are going to use here a short form things, that is characters, and then I will be using here a lowercase character. So whatever, if it is checked, we are actually adding the characters inside this lowercase, means we are actually getting the lowercase If it is checked, means if it is lowercase, where is lowercase? This is a lowercase. If it is checked, then we are actually setting the character variables to lowercase character. We are assigning all the lowercase characters to this character variable. Okay, and then again we need another if condition. So we are actually using a multiple if condition. So here we will be using an uppercase. So again, what I need to do is actually the things little bit same. I'm just going to paste it, and I will be replacing with the uppercase letters. If it is checked, then characters, then we are going to assign it with the uppercase letters, and also provide the terminator. Okay, characters. And now it's time to again check for the condition for the like numbers. So again copy it and paste it one more time. This fine for the number element, which is a, if it is checked, then we are going to assign the numbers, all numbers, to the characters variable. Okay, so if symbol is checked, okay, and then we need to again I will be pasting because it will save a lot of time. So it will be symbols el. If it is checked, then we are going to assign the character variables to all the symbols. So this for the condition of the if, for the checking the whether checkbox is checked or not. If it is checked, then we are going to assign the corresponding value to that particular characters. Okay, so I hope this is actually clear to you guys. Okay, so the length, now it's time to actually use it for the logic. So I'm going to here use a for loop. So inside the for loop, I'm going to run a initialize a counter by using the let variable, which is a I is equal to 0, and then we need to specify the condition. So it's going to be the length of the, means this particular length, which is the password length that is actually set it. So according to the length, we are going to run the loop. So it's going to be like length, okay, smaller than length, and then we need to increment the counter by using the post increment operator. Okay, and then we need to open the block of the for loop, and inside of that we need to specify the password variable that we have created, not password el, this is the password variable. Okay, and now here we can just simply use password. So it's actually password, it's actually a spelling mistake I made. Okay, so now it's actually changed. Okay, and now it's equal to, so again we are actually using a short syntax property, plus and equal to, then I need to use the characters, which is a characters dot char add function. This is a char add function, and inside of that we need to add the logic, which is math dot floor, and inside of that again I need to randomize it by using math dot random, and then we need to add here a asterisk sign for the multiplication, then characters dot length, whatever the length we are going to multiply it. Okay, at the end we need to specify the terminator. If I just zoom in out, we zoom out a little bit, then you will see the things more clearly. Okay, you can see the code more clearly. I actually zoom out a little bit more, and after that we need to set the value to the password element. So I'm going to type it here, password el dot value is equal to password. So if I control save it, then you can see everything is like we have completed the logic part of the code. So let me check whether it's working or not. So now coming back to our browser, if I click on generate password, actually nothing is working. Okay, so if I refresh it, and actually it is not working. So what will be the problem? Let me check it first. So actually I forgot here a semicolon. So if I specify the semicolon, control save it, and if I click on generate password, it's still not generating the password. I click on these symbols, and the problem, I think we are facing some issues. So we are actually fetching the correct IDs, length, lowercase, uppercase, numbers, symbols, generate. So actually there is a problem. We are actually fetching the wrong ID. I think actually check it here. Input type text is password. So this is actually double S. and I have used here a single S, so that is a typo. So if I specify here a password, if I control save it, and if I click it, now you can see it's actually working. So our password is actually working. If I increase the length of the password, then you can see we are getting a long password. If I include symbols, then we are getting a very strong password of 18 character. So that's it for this lecture. We have successfully developed our password generator application. If you face any problem, then you can comment down. I will definitely try to help you. So thank you for watching. See you in the next lecture. So welcome back to this lecture. So in this lecture, we're going to start creating the vowel checker application. So let me show you the final application that we are going to build in this particular lecture. So you can see this is our vowel checker application. It has a nice hover effect. So when we hover it, then you can see the background shadow, means the box shadow of this particular container is actually become little bit more darker. So here we have a text area, then we have a heading, and then the button, and then we have a paragraph element in which we are going to display the result. So if I type here hello everyone, and if I click on count vowels, then you can see we have total 6 vowels, or you can say it as check vowels, count vowel, or you can name it as vowel counter, whatever you want. The main motive of this application is to check how many vowels exist in the given string. So it is becoming a string. So if we enter like more content here again, hello, what is new going on? Okay, so if I click on count vowels, then you can see again it's going to count the 14 vowels. So if I check 1, 2, then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 and 14. So we have 14 vowels. Okay, so we are going to build this application. So first we are going to start with the HTML part of this particular project. So you can see I have already created 3 files inside this Visual Studio Code. The first is index.html, the second is style.css, and the third one is script.js. So the first, coming back to the index.html, I'm going to add the boilerplate code by using the emit abbreviation by pressing the sign of exclamation. So if I press tab key, it will give us the boilerplate code. So this is our 3 meta tags that are used just for the compatibility purpose and for the responsiveness and for the UTF character set, which is Unicode character set. So first I'm going to change the title of the project. So it's going to be like vowel checker, or you can say it as a vowel counter if you want, but I will just name it as checker because we are actually checking the number of counts. Okay, checker and slash counter because it is actually also counting the number of vowels. You can name it whatever you want, vowel counter, vowel checker, is totally up to you. Now the thing that we need is actually a container and the 4 elements that will be present inside the container. Because this is a one which is actually going to be div, then we need a heading tag, then text area and the button, and then we need a paragraph element. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to open the new tab or make this particular into smaller one, and also I'm going to drag it so that we can see both the output and the coding part simultaneously if I make changes in the coding part. And after that I will first here using a div element. Inside of the div I'm going to specify the class which is going to be container, and then inside of that I will be using an h1 element, and this h1 element is going to be the ID of the, means the heading of the application, which is vowel checker. Okay, so if I control save it, and with the use of go live plugin, or I can say that the extension go live, so if you click on it, then we will see the output of the project. So you can see we have our vowel checker. So it means that everything is working perfectly. Next I'm going to link the CSS file. So here I will be typing style.css. So all of these files are actually present in the same directory, which is vowel checker web. Okay, so that is why it's actually style.css. This is the basic stuff. Then I'm going to add the script tag, and for that here I will be using the src element, and inside of that I will be named my script, means going to link my script.js file. And then I will be adding here a text area because things will be typed inside this text area. So we need a text area. So number of calls, rows. So I'm going to remove all of this particular one. The only thing is need ID. So I'm going to remove this and I will be specifying the ID as input text. So this is going to be the input text. And then next I need a placeholder attribute. So inside of that we will be typing enter your text. Okay, and then after that we need to add a button. So I'm going to click on and then here we will be adding our button. So if I zoom a little bit so that you can see the text area completely. So here I'll be using a button. And then inside of the button we are going to specify the on-click event. So inside of that we will be calling check vowel, our check vowels function that we're going to call on the click of the button, and inside of that we will be adding our count vowels, or you can say that the check vowels, to make it a little bit different than the final one. Alright, and then I will be adding here a paragraph element, and inside of that I will be specifying the ID is equal to result, and then it will be having a result. So I think all of the HTML elements is completed. We need 4 elements, which is the heading, the text area, and then we need check vowels button and the result for displaying the result, which is a paragraph element. So all the HTML part is done. So our next step is to add the CSS part. So now it's time to add the CSS part to our vowel checker application. So for that we need to use the style.css file. So here inside the style.css file, first I'm going to add the body element, means targeting the body element. Inside of that I will be specifying the font family. So the font family is going to be like Arial, and then we will be using a sans serif. Okay, so this will be the font, and the next property that we want to use is actually a display. So the display is going to be like flex, and then I will be using here a justify content is going to be center, and align items is going to be center as well. And then we will be using a height attribute. Inside of the height I am going to add the 100 VH, and after that I will be adding here a background color property, which is going to be like an RGB function, and inside of the RGB I will be specifying the color code, which is 204 for the G, and then for the B I'm going to use the 204. So if I control save it, then you can see inside the background you will see the difference of the vowel checker. So right now it's actually the color is not changed because I have made here a typo, because we need an RGB. So if I use it and then control save it, then you can see the nice color provided with this particular code. Then we need to target the container. So for targeting the container we need to use the container class, and inside of that first I will be using the background color property. Again I will be using a RGBA at this point of time, RGBA function. So for R I'm going to use a 255, and then for the alpha value I'm going to use the 0.2. Control save it, then you can see there is a difference between these two colors to actually differentiate that it is a container and the rest one is the body background. Then we need to add the backdrop filter. So for that I will be using here a blur property. Okay, so this blur is going to be of 10 pixel. So 10 pixel blur, so it makes a little bit difference. You can increase the size of the blurriness by increasing the pixel. Now next we are going to use the box shadow property to create the nice box shadow. Okay, as the property convey or actually explain its meaning, so I will be using here a RGBA function again. Actually I am typing this function 2 times wrong, and then here we'll be using 0, 0, 0, and for the alpha value is going to be like 0.2. If I control save it, so right now you can see a very small box shadow because we are going to change it in the hover section of the code. Okay, and then after that here I will be using the border radius property. So the border radius is going to be like 10 pixel. from all the sides, and then I will be adding a padding. So padding is going to be like 20 pixel. If I control save it, then you can see our application is actually getting little bit styling. And after that, I will be adding here a display property. Display property is going to be like flex. Control save it, then you can see all of these are actually appearing at the one row. Okay, so now we have to change it. So flex direction is going to be like column at this point of time. And then I will be using here another property which is align items. So first I will be showing the output of this flex direction property. So all of them now actually coming at the columns point of view, means one after the other. Okay, and then I will be adding the align items property which is going to be the center. So all of them are now perfectly aligned at center. Now there is one problem I have noticed inside this box shadow property. Right now you can see the container doesn't get the box shadow just like this one has. So a default box shadow, if it doesn't hover over it. So the problem is that I have actually specified here a commas. So there is no comma inside this box shadow property. So now you can see the box shadow. Okay, so our next step is actually we need to change this particular size of this our text view, means the text area, not text view. So first we need to add the container which is used for the hover. So I'm going to add here a hover class element which is just pseudo element, and then I'm going to copy this box shadow property because I have specified the commas, that is why the shadow is not appearing. I have made a small mistake while typing the code of the CSS, and then I'm going to actually darker the box shadow, and also the alpha is going to be like 0.3. So when we hover over it, then it's become a little bit more darker. So our next step is to actually style this text area. So just making some room. So here I will be using the text area, or I can just simply go first and style the h1 element first because it has just 3 lines of code. So h1, and inside of that first I will be adding the color. So color is actually a black, so I'm going to just leave the color. It is just going to be a little bit of darker. So instead I will be using the font size property. So the font size I will be adding here a 36 pixel, and then I will be using the margin bottom property which is going to be 20 pixel. Okay, so this will be the mode h1 element for the heading of the vowel checker application, and then we need the text area. So text area, and for that I will be adding here a width property. So width is going to be like 500 pixel, and then I will be specifying the height is going to be like 350 pixel. Okay, and then I will be adding here a margin property. So margin is going to be like 10 pixel, and then I will be adding here a auto. Okay, and then after that we need to add here a display property. So display is going to be like block, and then I will be here using the font size property. Font size is going to be 24 pixel, and then I will be using here a padding. So the padding is going to be 10 pixel. Okay, and then I will be adding here a border property, not border radius. After border we are going to use the border radius also. So border is going to be that solid, and then there is a hashtag DDD, just only 6. So you can see there is a border is actually coming, and after that we need to add the border radius. So border radius is going to be like 5 pixel, so there should be a rounded corners. And then the last, which is the most important property, which is the resize. So resize property is going to be none. So now we cannot resize our vowel checker. Okay, so if we just go it here, and we can't actually resize it. So if I refresh, you can see it is look like this, and it's like this. So our working fine, means this is the one we are actually using the live server plugin. This is actually working on the path one. Okay, so our next step is to actually style this button, and then also this result element, which is a paragraph element. So start the coding for the button. So I'm going to target the button here, button. So the first thing is I'm going to provide the padding. So padding from all side is going to like 10 pixel. Save it. So it's become a little bit big, I think. Okay, so I'm going to specify the padding is like 10 pixel and 20 pixel, not from all side. This looks good. And then after that I will be adding here a background color. So background color is going to like 4CAF50. This is the background color we are going to use. Actually there should be a 4, not F, because we want a green color button. And then I will be adding here a color which will change the color for the font. Okay, so it's now having a white color. Then there is a border. So right now there is a default border, so we're going to remove the border by using the borderline property. And then I will be using a font size property. Font size, so the font size is going to be 16 pixel. And after that I will be using here a text transform property to actually transform the text to uppercase. So all the now letters will become, means character become in uppercase. Okay, and after that I will be using here a font weight property. So font weight is going to be like bold. Okay, and after that I will be using here a border radius property. So border radius is going to be 5 pixel. And then we need to change the cursor property, which is going to be pointer. And after that there should be a nice transition inside the button. So it's going to like background color, transition, background hyphen color, and I will be using here a 0.3 s and is. Okay, so this is a property we are going to use. So if we hover over it, so now there is no hover effect is going on because we didn't specify the hover part of the button. So what I need to do here, I need to do button, and we need to specify the hover element, and inside of that we need to use the background color property. It's going to be the background, and now we are going to change the color. So we need to get a more darker one, A0, and then we need to specify a 49. Control save it. Then you can see now this is having button. So button also having a transition with the hover effect. So our last element is actually left is a result element which we need to style. So here I will be using the result element, and inside of that first we need to specify the font size property. So it's going to like 20 pixel. And then we need to specify the margin top property, which is going to be 20 pixel as well. And after that we need to add the color property, which is going to be like 000, and also we need to specify the hash character, and then the rest is font weight, which is going to be like bold. Control save it. Then we can see our result is also looking nice. Okay, so that marks the completion for the code of the CSS part. It's look almost same. So in the next part we are going to add the JavaScript part for this vowel checker application. So now it's time to add the JavaScript part to this vowel checker application. So for that we need to use the script.js file. So I'm going to use my script.js file. So inside of that first we need to create the function, because as you can see inside of this button we are calling the check vowels function. So we need to create this function. So I'm going to copy the name of this function and coming back to my script.js file. So instead of that I will be calling using the function keyword. Then I will pasting the name of my function, and inside of that first we need to get the value of this text area. So for that we need to use the var variable. So var text is going to equal to document.get element by id. So the id name of this is actually input text, and we want the value, so dot value. After that we need to specify the terminator. So the value of this text area will be saved inside this text variable. Also before coding inside this function we need to create one more function, and that will have an array of the vowels. So for that I'm again here using a function keyword. So is vowel, I'm going to name my function as, because it is a user defined function, not a predefined function. And inside of that it's going to accept a one parameter which is of char, that doesn't have any default value. So it's going to accept a parameter character of type character. Then I'm using the var keyword to create the vowels. So this is actually going to be an array of the vowels. so we need to actually store the character. So here I will be using the A, the first vowel, then our E, then we have I, and then we have O. Make sure it is inside the double quotes or maybe single quotes, A, E, I, O, U. And then we need to return this value, return vowels dot includes, and inside of that we need to use the char that we have passed as an argument to this function. So that's marks the completion of the code for this is vowel function. Now coming back to the check vowel function. Okay, so here we need to create a one more variable of vowel count, because at the end we want to count the number of vowels, or you can say that the check and count of the vowels. So vowel count is equal to, we need to here specify the default value, which is 0. So I have initialized the vowel count variable to a 0 value, and after that we need to convert it into lowercase. I'm just going to convert it into lowercase. Okay, so what I mean, the whatever text is actually coming, if we type it like this, because right now if I use E and capital E, so we want to count it, means we need to actually convert it into smaller one, because our array has an elements in smaller one. Or I can say that the small case, because all the 5 vowels are in small case, so that's why we need to convert it into small case. Okay, so text is equal to text dot lowercase, means to lower case. So this function will actually convert the string into lowercase, and after that we need to here use the for loop. So why I'm actually using the loop, because at the end whatever we will write here is treated as a string, and string is actually traversable, so we can loop through the elements of the string and we can perform certain operations that we want. So we want to actually check whether the string has vowels or not. So if we find the vowel, we are going to check it, compare it, and then if it is some match, then we are actually going to increase the vowel count variable value. Okay, so first I'm going to here initialize the counter to 0, because the indexing is actually started from the 0, and then we need to run the loop according to the length of the string that will be entered inside this text area, and that value will be saved inside this text variable. Okay, so I'm going to here write text dot length. So according to the length of the string, we are going to run the loop, and then after that we need to increment the counter, the basic syntax of the for loop. Okay, and inside of that we need to create another variable, which is a char variable, that will be passed as a parameter to this is vowel function when we are calling inside the loop. Okay, so that is why this local variable is actually created inside the for loop, and after that we need to create here a text dot char add function. So this char add function does what? It actually returns the value whatever index we have specified here. So if we specified here 3, so it's going to, like if I just write it here hello, so it's going to return the L as an element, because right now this is 0, 1, 2 and 3. So if it is here, if we specify here 3, so it's going to return the L as a output to this character function, means it will going to return the L as an output. So you just simply Google it more about this particular function, because if we try to explain more in detail, then this video will become more longer one. So here I will be specifying the counter, which is a I variable, and after that we need to check for the condition. So if we are going to use the function which is vowel, so if is vowel, so also I need to specify the character. So we are going to pass in the parameters. Suppose the first value of the index is 0, so it's going to first actually make this into the smaller case. Right now I'm just going to give you the basic idea. It's going to make the hello to into smaller case with this line of code, and after that what it's going to do, first it's going to pick the H character and pass it to the is vowel function, because right now the value of I is 0. So whatever here first the 0 value is actually 0. So in the 0th index we have h. So first the h will be passed to this particular function, which is actually not a match because h is not a vowel. In the next run it's going to pass the e to this particular is vowel function. So if it is a vowel, then it's going to return it, and then we need to actually increment the vowel count variable by using the post increment operator, and after that we need to set the value to our UI element, which is a result element, but after the end of the loop. Okay, so for that we need to again create another variable which is of type result, not type of result, which is actually a result variable that will get the element. So get element means first we need to use the document, because the main object of the DOM is actually document. So document dot get element by id. So inside of that we need to specify the id, which is result, and then we need to specify the terminator, and after that we need to use the result variable, and we are going to update its text content is equal to, we need to actually append it with the total vowels colon, and then I will be concatenating with the plus sign, and then I need to specify the value of the vowel count. So it's going to update the value of the result element, which is a result paragraph element our. So if I control save it, and here if I just type here hello, and if I just click on check vowels, then you can see we get the 2 as an output, because right now E and O are the two vowels exist in this particular string. If I add here, this is a good project to learn JS. Okay, so if I just click it, so we have now 9 vowels. So let me check it one by one. So this is first one, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, 8 and 9, and the rest of them are not a part of the vowels. So that's it for this lecture. If you like this lecture, then please leave a review, because this will definitely help me to grow my course and also helps me to improve my future courses. So thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome back to this lecture. So in this lecture we are going to build the age calculator application. So let me first show you the final project that we are going to build in this particular lecture. So here you can see that this is our age calculator application. So first we have a label, or you can say that the heading, then we have this select your date of birth, and then we have this calendar item, which is a date picker, or then we have this particular button which will basically calculate the age. If you click on it, then you can see right now it's actually showing the your age is NaN, which is not a number. So first we are going to select the date of birth. So from there I am actually going to select the year first. So my year of birth is actually this one, and October, and then after that we are going to select it, and then I will be click on this calculate age button. So this is the age. My age is actually 27 years. Okay, so this is the project we are going to build in this video. So first I am going to minimize it, and then I have already created 3 files inside my Visual Studio. So you can see here inside this particular project. So actually it is a 4th project, not a 5th one. Okay, so inside of this project I have created these 3 files. The first is the index.html, in which I have added the boilerplate code, which is like for the HTML purpose. You can see that, and just minimize it a little bit, means zoom out. So I have also linked my CSS file and also the JavaScript file. You can see these files are empty because we are going to build this project from scratch. So the first thing is we need to add the container for this particular effect, which is that has this box shadow property. And after that we are going to place all these 4 elements, okay, which is an input type date. So first I am going to create the div. So here I will be writing the age calculator, and then I'm going to press the tab key. So this will actually gives me the div of the class age calculator. Inside of that I'm going to place the my h2 heading, which is basically for the age calculator. Okay, If I save it and if I just go with this live server plugin, so if I run it, then you will see the output of my project. And it's actually started, so you can see age calculator, so everything is working fine. Now I can further proceed with the other elements. So the next element we want is actually another div. So I'm going to write it here div. Inside of this div, I will be using a label tag. So this is a label, and for just removing the other properties because those are not required. So here I will be using this select your date of birth. So I'm simply going to use the DOB just for the date of birth, and then here I will be using the input element import, and then here I will be using the type as date, and then also I'm going to use the ID because later on we are going to fetch this ID inside the JavaScript file. Then I will be giving the ID as DOB. Okay, so after adding these two elements, next is we need a button. So for adding a button, I can use another div. I'm just making it a little bit nesting it because then I will be using a CSS. Just I'm using a different approach. In previous project, I use a single container to actually stylize it, but I'm going to show the different way you can use tags so that you can style the CS according to the use of the different containers. You can place multiple containers inside the container because we can do the nesting of the tags. Just a simple HTML stuff. Okay. So inside of this div, I will be using a button. So this button is going to have an ID of like button calculate, or I can say that the calculate button. Calculate, and then we specify the calculate btn, which is short for the calculate button. And then I will be providing the text calculate age, not button. And after that, we also need another element which is used for the display of the result. So for that, we are going to use the another div element here. So I will be using here a div. In previous project, I have used the paragraph element, but right now I will be using the div to showcase the result. So here I will be using the result. I have specified the ID as result, and I also am going to specify the result of age. So if I control save it, then you will see all the elements is now appearing in the screen, means the output browser. So our next step is to actually style the CSS part of this project. So now it's time to start with the CSS part of the project. So for that, we need to open our style.css file. So here you can see I have opened my style.css file. So inside of that, first I'm going to stylize the body element, which is a main element of the HTML document. And inside of that, I will be using the flex property, change the display. So display is going to be like flex, and for like we are going to use the justify content center. So if I do that, then you can see our age calculator is actually moves to the center of the screen. And then I will be using the align items property to the center as well. And you can see it's actually not moved. So we are going to remove this property, and inside of that, I will be using the height property of going to like 50 VH. So if I save it, also I need a align property as well, guys, align item center. So you can see now our age calculator is actually appearing at the center of the screen, not actually perfectly at the center of the screen. It is going to be the 50% of the view height. Okay, so the next property I'm going to use is the background color. So for that, I will be using the RGB function, not an A, it's just simply RGB function. And for the red color, I'm going to specify the value as 188. And for the green is going to be 158. And for the blue is going to be 221. If I control save it, then you can see the nice purplish color, or you can say that the light purple color. So the next property that I will be using is the age calculator, means we are going to stylize the age calculator. So I'm going to copy this class name, which is a age calculator, and I'm going to paste it here, and then I'm going to start the body of the age calculator. So inside of that, first I'm going to specify the width. So the width is going to be like 800 pixel, and margin is going to be like 0. I'm going to specify the auto. Okay, and the next property is going to be like text alignment property, which is going to be center of the screen. So if I save it, then you can see there is some changes in the output of the project inside the browser. Next, I'm going to use the font family. So font family is going to be like Arial. So I'm going to use this font. So you can see now the font is actually changed. The next is actually we need to specify the background color. So for the color, I will be using the RGBA function. So I specified all the three values as 255. Then for the alpha, I'm going to specify 0.2. Okay. Then for the backdrop filter. So backdrop filter is going to be like blur one. We are going to use the blur. And inside of this blur, I'm using the 10 pixel blur. So if I save it, then you can see there is a nice. So if I increase the amount of the blur like 50, then you can see it's become more brighter. So I'm going to leave it with the 10. Okay. And the next property we need to specify the box shadow. So the box shadow is going to be like 0 pixel. So I'm not going to make it a mistake here, because in the previous project I made a mistake inside the box pixel, which as a result the box shadow is not displaying in the output of the screen. So I'm going to use the RGBA function again. Then all the values I'm going to specify as 0, and the alpha amount is going to be 0.2. So you can see there is a border is actually appearing, means the box shadow is actually appearing, not the border. Then we need to specify the border radius to actually round the edges of this box at the corners. So it's going to be like 10 pixel. So you can see now we have rounded the corners. And after that, I'm going to specify the padding. So padding is going to be 20 pixel. So you can see now it's having a little bit more spaces. You can increase the padding to like 30 pixel as well. So if you want. Okay, and I'm just going to leave it with 20 because you can change the property as per your needs. The next property I'm going to specify is the display property. So display is going to be like flex. Okay, so if I do that, then you can see everything is actually appearing at the one row. And after that, I will be using the flex direction property. So flex direction is going to be like column. So if I use the column, now they are appearing one after the other. And then I will be using the align items property. Align items, and it's going to be like a center. So once I do that, then every item will be appear at the center of the screen. Okay, so that's the styling for the age calculator element, which is our container. The next is we need to specify the code for the h2 element, because there is only one h2 element inside our HTML project. So we are going to use font size is going to be like 34 pixel. And then we need to specify the margin property. So margin from top is going to be like 20 pixel. Okay, and then the next property we need to specify is the label one. So I'm going to select the label, pressing the tab key to auto complete the suggestion. Then I will be using the display as block. So if I do that, then you can see the input type data is actually appearing in the next line because of this block. Now it's actually appearing the whole row, acting as a whole single container as inside the block level. Okay. The next property I will be using is the margin bottom property. So margin bottom property is going to be like 10 pixel, and font size is going to be like 24 pixel. Okay, so it will increase the size of the select your DOB. The next element that we are going to style is input. So its type is going to be like input type and is equal to be like date. Okay, so whatever the input type, we are here using the attribute selector. So input type, you can see this is the input type. So if it's having a date, so we are targeting this one. Okay, and inside of that, first I need to specify the padding. So padding is going to be like 8 pixel. If I save it, then you can see the size is actually increased, means the padding is increased. And then there is the font size property. So the font size is going to be like 16 pixel. I'm using it, and then I will be specifying the border radius property. So border radius is going to be 5 pixel. I will specify the border radius property to 5 pixel, and then we need a border. So there should be a nice border of 1 pixel. Solid border. I need a solid border, and it's having a color of CCC 3 times C. If I save it, then you can see there is a light border. of 1 pixel solid. And after that, we need to specify the width. So the width is going to be like 400 pixel because the container width is actually 800 pixel. So that is why I have specified the width to 400 pixel. Then I need to specify the margin bottom property. So margin bottom property is going to be like 20 pixel because right now they are actually, there is very less spacing between these two, means the margin. So if I did that, then you can see it's actually appearing nicely at the center of this particular container. So that marks the completion for the code of the input type date. The next property we need to stylize is actually the button. So let's do it. So I will be selecting the button. And also I'm copying this button because we want a hover state as well, a pseudo class element. So I will be using here a hover, and inside of the hover first I will be using the background color because it is only a single line of code. So if I using the color here 0D8 and is going to be like FB0. So this is the color used for the hover case, and then we need to stylize the default state of the button. So first I will be using the padding. So instead of using the padding from both sides, means all over the side, I will be using the 8 pixel. So this will give the padding from top and bottom and also from the other side. So from the left hand side, I want 16 pixel padding. Okay. So this will actually makes the button in a rectangular form. Then I need the font size property. So font size, I will specify the 16 pixel. Then border radius property. So the border radius is going to be 5 pixel. And then we need to specify the border. So right now there is a border in the button. So if I remove the border, here we need to specify the none. Now you can see the button border is removed. Then we need to specify the text color. So background color is going to be like #2196F3. So this will be the background color for the button. And then the color for our text is going to be like white. So you can see when I hover over it, then it's become little darker. Okay. And then the cursor property we need to specify as pointer. And then we need to specify there is a nice transition between the hover effect. So it's going to be like background transition, background color. Okay. Because we want to apply the transition on the background color. So it's going to be like 0.3s, which is ease. And if I do that, then you can see there is a nice effect. And after that, our last element, which is the result. So we are going to specify the style by including the ID selector. So margin. So margin top is going to be like 20 pixel because right now they are actually very close with each other. So if I do that, then you can see it's actually become 25% margin, means 20 pixel margin. Then we need to specify the 18 pixel font size, which will increase the size of the font. Okay, so that is the end of the CSS part of this project. So it is almost the same, just only there is a difference in between the label text. Okay, so our next step is to actually provide the JavaScript code. So let's get started with the JavaScript part of the project. So for that, we need to open our script.js file. Inside of that, first we are going to fetch the ID of all of these three input elements. Because for this one, we have to select the ID, means the date of birth. Then this will be actually used to calculate the age when we click on it. And inside of this result of age, which is a div tag, in this we will be display the final output of the calculated date of birth. So for that, we need to fetch the ID of all of these three elements. So the first element is our input type, whose ID is actually DOB. So I'm going to copy this ID and coming back to my script.js file. So inside of that, first I'm going to create the const, means a const to create the constant, and DOB input is going to be name of my variable, DOB input. And then we need to use here a element dot get element by ID selector, and inside of the brackets we need to specify the ID name, which is DOB. And then similarly we need to fetch the elements of the other two, means the ID of the other two elements, not elements, means the ID of the elements we need to fetch it. So I'm going to copy this line of code and then I'm going to paste it in 2 more times. So right now the JavaScript means Visual Studio Code is giving us the error because the variable names are same, because the JavaScript programming language is case sensitive. So I'm going to here use the calculate btn, which is short for the calculate button. And here I'm going to copy the ID of this calculate button, pasting the ID of the calculate button. Now we have successfully fetched the ID of the button. So our next step is to fetch the ID of the result element. So coming back to the HTML part, so here from that I will be copying the result and specifying in place of the DOB. And also I'm going to change it into result div, or I can say that the result age, but I'm going to just simply leave it as a div. So after that, we need to apply the listener to this button. So when we click on it, we want to trigger the logic to calculate the age of the entered date of birth. So for that, I will be using here a calculate button, add event listener. Now inside of this event listener, I will be adding the code. So first I'm going to specify the terminator. And after that, inside of it, I will be specifying the event, which is click event. So on click of that, we want to display the result. And then I will be using here a function, then the body of the function. Okay. And inside of that, we will be writing our logic. So the first is we need to actually get the DOB. So first I will be specifying here some local variables. So the const, not this, actually a const one, is actually DOB is equal to, and then here I will be using a new date function, allocating the memory to this object by using the date class. So first I will be using here the input. I will be specifying this date as a DOB input dot value. Okay. And after doing that, we need to specify the another variable, which is a const age in minutes, which is short for the age minutes. So inside of that, I will be using the date object, which is a date one dot, and here I will be using a function now. Inside of this now, I'm going to minus the dob dot get time. So we are going to use the current time element. Note it's going to be dob get time function. So it will actually give us the age in minutes, and after that we will be calculating the age date. So we need to specify here another value, age date is equal to new date. Again I'm using allocating the value to the age date variable by using the new date class, and inside of that I will be passing the age in minutes. Then I'm going to specify the terminator, and then our final age is going to store inside this age variable. So this is going to be give us the absolute value. Inside of this absolute function, we are going to specify the code, which is age date dot get u. So we are going to use the UTC format, UTC full year. So this function will be used minus with the 1970. Okay, so this is a logic that I have used 1970. So after that, we need to set the value of this age variable to our result div, which is actually this particular division. So to do that, I need to use here result. So I have actually made a typo. Result, it's actually a result. So it is going to be result baby dot. We need to update its inner HTML is equal to. So here I will be using the template strings. Inside of that, I will be using here a message which is your age is, and then I will be using here the curly brackets and dollar sign, and then I will be using the age variable, means pass the variable age, and then it's going to be years. So finally the code is completed. If I control save it, and if I click on it, this particular age input type, and here I will be specifying the age. So let me first set my birth year, which is this birth year, means selecting my birth year and also the month, and then the date. So if I click on calculate, so you can see it's actually displaying your age is 27 years. If I select the different one, click on it, and if I select the different month, like say this 1998 July, if I calculate it, then your age is 24 years. So our project is perfectly working. So that's it for this particular project, guys. If you like this course, then please leave a review, because it will definitely help me to grow my course. Also, it will gives me some suggestions to actually improve my future courses. So thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Alright everyone, welcome back to this lecture. So in this lecture, we are going to build tip calculator. So let me show you the final application that we are going to build in this whole lecture. So this is the final product that we are going to build. So you can see it has a nice modern looking design that has two input types for the bill amount, and the next one is for the tip percentage. Then we have this nice hover effect on this button, and this is the heading of our calculator, which is tip calculator. Then we have two different labels, one for the tip amount and one for the total amount. So if I refresh it, then you can see right now this will be the basic structure of the application. So if I click on this button, if these two are empty, then it's going to display the NaN, which is not a number. So right now I'm going to enter the amount, which is $100, or I can just simply go and type the percentage of the tip, which is 5%. So if I click on it, then you can see tip amount is going to be $5. So this will be the total amount that we need to pay inside the restaurant or maybe a coffee shop. If you are enjoying your food, then you can use this particular application. Okay, so for building this application, we are going to start with the HTML part first. So here you can see I have opened my Visual Studio Code. So this is a previous project that we have built, which is an age calculator. So I'm going to close all of these files because I have to provide this as a source code to this particular part of the course. So first I'm going to click on the right click, and then I'm going to create another folder, and here inside of that I'm going to name this as project 5, which is for the tip calculator, and it is for the web because it's a web project, because I also have some Android projects is going on. That is why for differentiating it I actually proceeded with the web character, means the web word. Okay, and then inside of that we need to create the three files. The first is going to be the HTML, not HTN, it's going to be like HTML. I made a typo here, which is HTML. Then we need another file, which is the style.css, and then the third file, which is script.js file. After that, inside the HTML file, means the index.html file, I'm going to specify the base code. Also I'm going to minimize it, means actually going to change the viewport a little bit and clicking on the browser. So this will be the output screen I will be using for the development, so that you can see the output when I actually code the HTML element alongside the CSS part. So first we are going to start with the HTML part. So first open your index.html. So here I will be using the shortcut emit abbreviation, which is a sign of exclamation, and if I press the enter key, then we get the boilerplate code. So instead of that, first I am going to change the title to tip calculator, and then after that I am going to specify the h1 element. So the first h1 element is going to be inside the container, which is going to be the name as calculate, and if I press the enter key, and inside of that I am going to specify the h1 element, which is going to be the heading of the calculator. Okay, if I save it and use the plugin, first I need to dispose it, then if I click on the go live, then you can see the things are working perfectly fine. After that I also want to link the CSS part, so it's actually in the same directory. So it's going to be the CSS, which is a style.css file. Then also I'm going to specify the script tag, and for the script I'm going to use the src element, and it's also in the same directory. So now our script and CSS file is also connected with this particular index.html file, which is a tip calculator project. So our next step is to place the other elements of the screen, which is this input type, labels, and this button, then another two labels, and also this particular actually a span elements. So all of this we need to place inside this particular container, which is this container. So that later on we are going to use this container to create this nice looking card effect. So all of this will be done in the CSS part of the course, means CSS part of the lecture. So first I need a form. So this is actually a simple form. There is no data is going on the backend part. So I'm going to remove the action attribute of the form. This is just the basics HTML and CSS project, or I can say that the basic JavaScript project. Then the next is actually I need a label. So it's going to be a label, and inside of this I also doesn't require this for property. Here I will be using the bill amount. Okay, so this bill amount is going to be inside the bracket, and I will say it inside the dollars. Then after that we need the input type. So it's going to be like input. So input type is going to be number, because we are working with the numbers. And then I need to specify the ID. Again, this ID will be used inside the JavaScript. So bill amount. Okay, and then we need to add the required attribute, otherwise it's going to give us the error, because these are required. Without this we are not going to able to, because without this we are not able to solve the tip. So label, another label is required for the tip percentage. So here I will be adding a tip percentage. Okay, so this is going to be in a form of percentage. So again I'm using the bracket and the percentage symbol. So where is my percentage symbol? It's actually in the fifth key of the numerical number part of the keyboards. Okay, and then we need the input type. So input type, again this is going to be a number one, because the number is required for the calculation, and then the ID. So I'm going to specify the ID as percentage. Okay, so if I just simply control save it, then you can see these two elements. Okay, so now right now you can see this tip percentage is coming right after this input type. This is because this entire input type doesn't have the like a block level structure. So also I need to specify here a required property. So if I use this required property, then you can see all these four elements is now actually appearing at the browser screen. So next we need to close the form, because our form part is done. The next part is actually we need to specify this button. Okay, so to do that we need to come outside of this particular form element, and here I will be specifying the another div. So this is going to be for the results. Okay, results, and I'm pressing the enter key. Inside of this result, first I will be using the paragraph element. So this paragraph is for the tip amount. So this is just for the heading of the element, and then inside of that I will be using the span element. Okay, so span, and I'm pressing the enter key. Then you can see it's actually become the amount. So first I need to actually make a little space here, opening the tag and then closing, because emit is actually not working here, and providing the wrong output as I will say the emit. Then it's going to be the ID, it's going to be tip amount, and right now I'm going to show the 0 as the default. You can just simply remove it, there is no need to do that. Then I'm going to copy this one, because it is going to be the same, and then here I will be change the tip amount to total amount that we need to pay, and then the ID is also like a total amount. Okay, so this is actually all the elements is now appearing at the screen. Okay, so this is it for the HTML part of the lecture. So our next step is to add the CSS for this tip calculator, so that it looks like a little bit more interesting. So now we are going to add the CSS part to this particular tip calculator project. So for that we need to use the style.css file. So I'm going to click on this style.css file. So right now you can see this entire file is empty. So the first element that I'm going to select inside this style.css file is the body element. Inside of that, first I'm going to change the font family. The font family that I will be using is Arial, and if I control save it, then you can see the font of all the elements is actually changed. I'm going to remove this Helvetica, and if I save it, then you can see right now the font is changed. The next property that I want to change is the margin property, which is going to be 0, and the padding property is also going to be 0. And then I need to specify the grayish color, which is going to be like F2, F2 and F2. If I control save it, then you can see there is a light gray color. So that's the body element code. And now the next is we need to specify the code for the calculate. So this is a main container, inside all the element is present. So we need to style this so that we can get this nice looking white container. So to do that, we are going to use this calculate ID, means the calculate selector. So make sure you have typed the correct ID selector, otherwise you will get the error, means your code is not going to work. So I am going to here use the max width property. So max width I am going to specify 500 pixel. Then the margin is going to be like not max resolution, it's going to be like margin property. So margin top and right is going to be like 50 pixel, means from top and bottom, and then left and right is going to be like auto. So if I just simply say you without saving, if I just add this point, you can see this is actually appearing at the corner of the screen. So once I do the control save, then you can see it's actually appearing at the very corner of the screen. Okay, So margin auto, not auto, is like AUTO, auto price. I have made a typo which is 0. So there is the output browser. So if I control save it and if I maximize it, then you can see it's actually appearing at the center of the screen, because from left and right is going to automatically calculate the margin. Okay, so that is why, because sometimes it's going to confuse the persons. And also I'm going to make it a little bit smaller so that the both screens can be seen clearly. Okay, the next property that I want to use is the background color. So for background color, we need to specify the white color so that we can get this nice looking white color. And then I need to specify the padding property. So padding is going to be like 30 pixel. Control save it, then you can see we get this nice looking effect of the card. After that, I need to specify the border radius property. So the border radius is going to like 5 pixel so that we can get the rounded corners. Now I'm actually using the 90% of the zoom. And then I'm using the box shadow property so that we can provide this nice shadow to this card. So to do that, first we need to specify 0, 0, then 10 pixel. And after that, I need to use the RGBA property. And inside of that, I'm going to specify the value of the RGB to 0, and the alpha is going to be like 0.1. So once I save it, then you can see we have this nice looking box shadow to this particular calculate card. So that marks the completion of the code for this calculate division tag by using the calculate selector. Then the next element that we want to style is the h1 element, and inside of this h1 element, I'm going to specify the text align property to center. So that is going to appear at the center of the screen. The next element that we want to style is the form element. So this form is actually acting as a parent to this all 5 tags. The one thing is you need to notice inside the HTML part, I actually forgot to add the button. So I have added this button because I forgot to add in the HTML part of the step calculator. So make sure you type this button, type button on click calculate tip. So inside of the on click, we are going to use this calculate tip as a function. So on click of this button, this function will be triggered, and inside of this function we have our tip calculator logic, which is the part of the JavaScript. So the JavaScript part we are going to start after the completion of the CSS part. Okay, so now we are going to select the form element, not form, it's actually the form element. Inside of the form we need to specify the properties. So the first property is actually the display. So display I will be using the flex. If I control save it, then you can see all the 5 elements is now actually appearing at the one row. Then I'm going to specify the flex direction that will accept the column as a value. So this for flex direction property has a value column. So once I did that, then all the 5 elements is now appearing inside the column level, means one after the other, not in a row, in a vertical formation. Okay, and this is the code for the form. Then I need to specify the code for the label. Right now you can see these 2 labels are appearing very close to these input types. So for that we need to use the margin bottom property. So margin bottom is going to be like 10 pixel. Then you can see still there is a problem with this tip percentage and the button. So we need to specify the margin bottom property to these 2 input type as well, which is the next selector we want to select. So input type, and here I will be using the padding. So padding is going to be like 10 pixel, and then I need to use the margin bottom property. So margin bottom is going to be like 20 pixel. So once I did that, then there is a difference between the tip percentage and also with the button. And then the next property that we want to use is the border to these 2 input types, because right now they are actually having the black border. So we want to change that. So to change that, we need to use the here border property. So the border property is going to be like 1 pixel solid, and then we need to provide the color. So it is going to like CCC, and after that we need to add here a border radius property. So border radius is going to be like 5 pixel, not as pixel, is going to like 5 pixel. So once I save it, then these all the cards having the same border, or you can go with the 3 pixel if you want to reduce the rounded corner. So 3 pixel is working fine here. The next step is we need to style this button. So just selecting the button as well, button, and then inside this button we need to use the padding first. Padding from all the side is going to be like 10 pixels because this button is not short, it's actually taking up the whole space of this container. Right now this is the padding, and then the leftover space is taken by the button as well. Alright, and after that we need to use the background color property. So we need to provide the background color in a green. So we have a code for this green background color button, which is 4CAF, and then we need to use the F0 property. If I control save it, then you can see we have this green button. Then we have this color property, which is hashtag FFF, and then we need to save it, and you can see the font size means the font color of the button is changed. Then we need to specify the border none property, control save it, and also we need to specify the border radius property. So the border radius is going to be like 5 pixel, or you can say we are going to use the 3 pixel border radius property. Is actually having a rounded corners from all 4 sides. Okay, and now the next property we need to use the cursor property. So cursor property is going to be pointer, so when we hover over it button, then it's going to change the cursor. Also I need to make this calculate to be little bit more appearing, so for that we need to increase the font size to like 18 pixel. Save it, then you can see the font sizing. Also I need to use the text transform to uppercase. Control save it, then all of the actually text is appearing, all of the characters are now in a capital, means uppercase, they are actually have been transformed. Then I'm again using the button with the hover state of the button, so that when we hover over it, we're actually going to change the effect of the button, means the background color of the button. So for that I'm just using this background color property. Okay, and then I will be changing the color code. So for this one I will be using 3E8E41. So this will be the color code we are going to use. So when I hover over it, then you can see it's become a little bit more darker, which indicates that we are actually want to click the button. Okay, so the next property that we want to stylize is the result property. This is a class selector, so we are going to use it here like dot results. So this result is having the margin top property. Now this margin top property is actually used to create this line like effect. So create this line, we are going to use here a margin top property. So this margin top is going to be like 30 pixel, and then we need to use here a border top property. So we need to specify the border at the top, so it's going to be like 1 pixel border. Then we need to use this solid, and then the color of the border, which is again a CCC color, to create the border like this. Okay, so 1 pixel, and here I have made a typo. This is a solid. Once I do that, then you can see we are seeing this nice looking line. Okay, and then also we need to add the padding. So padding from top is going to be like 20 pixel. Once I did the padding, then you can see there is a difference between these two. And now our next step is to actually select the paragraph element under this result class. Okay, so to do that, first we need to select the results, and inside of this we need to select the paragraph element. So here I am using the multiple selectors, and then I will be using here a margin bottom property. So margin bottom is going to like 10 pixel. So now they have the difference. So if I just make it here like a 15 pixel. Okay, so margin, make sure we are actually in the plugin one, and then this will be the end of the property. And also I'm going to select the span element as well. So this will be the span element. Now this span element will have the property to, I'm going to change the font weight. The span element is going to have bold weight. So this will be the bold. Now they are actually appearing a little bit darker once the value is changed from the JavaScript code. So guys, that marks the completion of the code for the CSS part. So you can see they are actually appearing almost the same, except this is looking a little bit smaller. That is because it has a 90% zoom. So if I increase the zoom to 100%, then you can see both are same. The only difference is with these two elements, I have added here a 0. Also this button text is actually in a uppercase, means the text is transformed to uppercase. Alright, so our next step is to add the JavaScript to this tip calculator. So our next step is to add the JavaScript part to this tip calculator. So for that we need to open our script.js file. So I also want to minimize it, means resize this window of the browser. So the first thing is we need to get the ID of these two input elements and also the ID of this button. Okay, and then we also need to get the IDs of these two. So totally we have to get the element ID of these 5 elements. So for that, first I need to use here a function keyword, because inside the HTML part of the button we have specified an on-click event. So this calculate tip is the name of the function that we need to specify here, and then we need to start the braces and also the body of this function. So all the code will be present inside the function, means we are going to type all the code inside of this function. Okay, and the first thing is we need to get the input values. So get the input type values. So all first inputs are these two. So here first I'm going to create the variable of the const type is equal to, so it is going to be like bill amount is equal to, so here first I will be using here a parse float function, and because the bill may be in a form of decimals as well, means it will have a float value. So inside of that I will be using a document dot get element by id. So get element by id, inside of that I will be specifying id name. So the ID name is actually bill amount. So we need to copy this entire ID name. So Control C, and then here inside of that we are going to place the bill amount. And similarly I am going to, and also I need to specify one more value before copying the node Arial. It's actually a value. Okay, and then I'm going to copy this line of code and pasting it one more time. And at this time we are going to use here a tip percentage, and then we need to change the ID as well. So the ID of the tip percentage is tip percentage. So here we are going to specify the ID name tip percentage, and the rest of the thing is remain same. Then I need to add here a calculate the tip. So I'm going to type here so the first thing is we need to create here another variable which is tip amount is equal to, so this tip amount is going to be like bill amount, the amount that we have entered inside of this input type is going to multiply with the fraction part of the tip percentage. So the tip percentage we need to calculate inside the braces. Okay, so here we need to add the tip percentage. The fraction value of the tip percentage is divided with the 100%, means the 100. Then you have to apply the terminator, and after that we need to add to calculate the total amount. Here we need to create the another variable which is of total amount. So total amount is equal to tip amount. So we have the tip amount, and then we need to add it with the bill amount. Okay, so this will be the logic to calculate the total amount, and also we have calculated the tip amount. Then we need to display the result to the span elements that will be act as a result for the label. Okay, so for that first we need to get the element of the span elements. So document dot get element by id, and inside of that we need to specify the id. So the id is tip amount, and here I need to paste the id. Then we need to convert it into, means we need to update the text content, because the span element has the text content property. So text content, and also it has the inner text. Then I'm going to here use the dollar symbol, and then I will be use the plus symbol to concatenate it with the value that we have get it. So tip amount that we have calculated inside of this variable which is tip amount. So we need to use the variable tip amount, and then I need to get into the toFixed function. So toFixed function, and then I will be here using the to. So if I don't use the toFixed function, then I will be first show you the output before applying this function. Control C, and also again I'm going to copy this line of code and pasting it to one more time, and inside of this I'm going to change the ID which is total amount, and here I will be specifying the total amount. And then I need text content, need to update the text content, then this dollar symbol will be present, and then the value of the variable name, I'm going to change it. Then Control C to actually save it, means Control S to save it. Then it's time to check whether the code is working. So I'm going to enter here 100, or I can add the 1000. Then I'm going to enter the tip percentage to 10. If I calculate, then you can see we are getting the result 100, and we need to pay the tip amount as 100, means the 100 tip amount we need to pay, which is $100, and the total amount that we need to pay is 1100. Okay, so similarly this will be our final product that we have built here. I do that. Then if to get these two decimal digits, like a $1 means these two decimal digits, then where we can use the toFixed function. That is why I have actually removed this function, and then we need to specify here too. Okay, if I use, just coming back to our own project one, which is this capital case one. So if I use this toFixed to here also inside the total amount, save it. Again I'm here specifying the 100 value, tip percentage is going to be 5. Then you can see we get these two decimal. After this point we get these two decimal digits, means these two zeros. So if I use here 3, then if I use here 100, and then the tip amount is up to 5, then we get 3 here. So make sure you use 2, and it's totally up to you if you want to use toFixed, so that you can get these zeros. Okay, again I'm going to enter these types of value and calculate it, and you can get the decimal digits up to 2 only after the point. So this is our tip calculator project. So that's it for this lecture. I hope you like this particular project. If you like this particular project, then leave a review, because your review definitely going to help me to grow my course. Also it will help me to improve my future courses. So thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome back to this lecture. So in this lecture we are going to build the to-do list application from scratch inside this lecture. So let me first show you the application that we are going to build in this particular lecture. So you can see this is the final project that we are going to build. So you can see this is having a nice little card. We have the heading, which is to-do list. Then we have this input type, which is add new to-do, the placeholder text. And then we have this nice hover effect on the button. So if I click on add, then you can see nothing is happening. So once I enter the text inside this first to-do, this is first to-do task, and if I click on add, then you can see the task is actually added to this particular list. And if I add here a second to do, and if I enter add, then you can see the second to do is add after the first to do. So it's actually creating the list. So the first part is we need to start with the HTML part of this to do list application. So here you can see inside the Visual Studio Code I have created 3 files. The first is index.html, the second is script.js, and the third is style.css file. So I have created all of these 3 files to save some time. Okay, so I'm going to just increase the size of this Visual Studio Code, and then I'm going to resize the browser window so that you can see the output once I type the code. Okay, so just make it a little bit more bigger. And I'm going to remove this one, and the next thing is here I will be using the h1, so it's going to be like to do list. Okay, so if I save it, and then if I just run this project by using the Go Live Server extension, then you can see to do list. Alright, so this will be the heading for the project. Now we need to wrap this h1 element inside the div tag, which will act as a container for the project. So for that we need to here use the container. So I am using the Emmet shortcut. So here I will be writing the container and pressing the tab key. Inside of this container I will be pasting the code of the h1 element. If I save it, then you can see nothing is changed because there is only a single element. Now we need to actually specify the rest of the elements. So the another element is actually the input type, which is type is going to be text, so that we can enter the text into the input of the element. And then we need to specify the ID. So the ID is going to be like new to do item. Okay, so it's going to be, or I can say the new to do input to make it more meaningful. Then I need the placeholder text. So enter your to do. Okay, so this will be the placeholder text for the input type. And after that, we need a button. So here we need to add the button. Then the ID of this button. So it's like add to do btn, which is a add to the button. Then I'm going to specify the here add as a text to the button, which will be displayed. So if I control save it, then you can see these two elements is now appearing at the screen. The next element is we need is to actually creating the list. For that we need to use the UL element. So this is going to have an ID of to do list. This will we are going to update with the JavaScript. So there is no text inside of this, and we don't need to specify any list item. We are going to do that with the use of JavaScript. So I'm going to style the other these three elements in the CSS part of this to-do list application. Okay, so our next step is to add the CSS part to this to-do list application. So for that, we need to use the style.css file. So I'm going to click on this style.css file. So here you can see it's totally an empty. So we're going to provide the code inside of it so that we can stylize the to-do list. Okay. So the first element that I'm going to stylize is the body element, in which I'm going to apply the font family. So here I will be typing the body element, then starting the block of the body, and then to specify the font family property. So the font I'm using is Arial sans serif, just removing this Helvetica font because this is not required, or you can use it as per your needs. And then I will need to specify the background color. So background color, as you know, it's a light gray, which is F2 F2. And if I save it, then you can see we get this nice looking grayish color. And after that, I need to specify the container. So make sure the spelling is, otherwise you will get error, means your CSS code will not work. Then we need to add here the max width property to the container. So the max width is going to be like 600 pixel. This is the max width property. Then I need to specify the margin, not max resolution, it's like a margin property I want to use. So from top and bottom it's going to like 0, and then from left and right it's automatically going to calculate the margin. Okay, so the next is we need to use the padding property. So padding is going to be like 20 pixel, and then I need to specify the background color. So the background color is going to be nice white. So you can see this is. Then we need to specify the border radius. So the border radius is going to be like 5 pixel, and then I need to specify the box shadow, which is gives the nice box shadow. So it's going to be 0 pixel, 0, 0, and then I need to specify the 5 pixel, or I can go with the 10 pixel. Then I need to specify the color to the border. So it's going to 0, 0, 0, and then the alpha is going to be like 0.3. If I save it, then you can see we get this nice looking border. So our next step is to style this h1 element. So h1, and then we need to add the code to this h1 element. So margin top is going to be like 0 pixel, and then we need to add time property. So text align is going to be center. Save it, then you can see it's going to the center of the screen, and then we need to specify the color. So the color, to change the font color, so it's going to be like slightly lighter than the black color. So that marks the completion for the code of the h1 element. Then we need to specify the code for this input type for the CSS. So the first is input, and then I am here using the type attribute selector. So I'm going to specify the input type is equal to text. Okay, then the block of this input type. So here I will be using the padding property. From all the sides, I'm going to give the 8 pixel padding. I'm using the 8 pixel padding. Then I'm using the font size property to 16 pixel. Save it, then you can see it's becoming a little bit bigger. Okay, and then I have using the border property is equal to none. And then I need to use the border radius property. So border radius is going to like 2 pixel solid border. And then the color. So I'm going to use the hex color code. If I save it, and if I click it, then you can see the border is appearing. Okay, so on click of the input type, then we get the border. Then I need to specify the width. So width is I'm actually using 80% width. Okay, so it's going to give us a nice big border. All right, and this will be the border. Border is none. Actually, I want a little border, not none border. I actually want a border like a 1 pixel border. But this is not looking good. So 1 pixel solid. And this is the color I will be using here, like F2, F2, F2. So this will give us a light border. Okay, so that if I click it, then it will become darker. So this is the border I am actually using, because the non-border property doesn't make any sense because it's a white and our input type is also white. So we need to make a little differentiation between these two elements. Okay. And the last property, which is margin from right, is going to be like a 10 pixel, because right now this button and this input type, both are appearing at these very close to each other. So that is why I am actually using the word 10 pixel. Then it's actually having a 10 pixel between these two elements. So that's it. So that is for the input type. Then next we need to use the button to style the button. So here I will be using the button, and then I need to specify the code button. So at first I want to apply. So padding is from left and right, it's going to be 8 pixel, not 80 pixel. It's like 8 pixel. And then the 20 pixels. If I save it, then you can see we have this nice button. And then I need to specify background color. So background color is going to be like this default color I'm using it. And then I need to specify the font color. So font color is like FFF for the dark white, or I can say that the white color. Then we need to remove the border. So the border is going to be like, and after that I need to change the cursor property to pointer. So if you can see, now we need the hover element. So I'm just going to copy it, paste it, removing the 3 properties. Also this padding one, actually also this block, and then I need to here specify the code for the border, which is 333, which will gives the little darker one. And then I need to here specify the hover state is the hover plus. Then if I hover it, then it becomes little more darker. Okay, so that marks the completion for the code of the button as well. So the next style that we want to do is the style for the to do and the UL element, but right now we doesn't able to see the UL element. So that is why we are not going to provide the style to the at this point of time. We're going to provide the style once we write the JavaScript code. So our next step is to write the JavaScript code. So our next step is to add the JavaScript part to this project. So let's start with it. So for that we need to open our script.js file. And this is the style we have done in the previous CSS part of the project. So the first thing is we need to fetch the ID of the elements. So right now we have 3 IDs we need to fetch, which is input type and this to-do list, which is a UL list, and the button. Okay, for that I'm actually here seeing the ID. The first ID is a new to-do. So I'm going to copy this ID and coming back to the script part. So here I will be using the first const variable, and then the list of the, then I'm going to specify the name as to-do list. Then I will be using the document.get element by ID, and then here I need to specify the ID inside the double quotes. And after that I need to copy this line of code and pasting it into 2 more times. And then I need to specify here new to do input. Also, then the name of this variable is going to like add to do btn. Okay, I need to copy the ID, which is add to do btn, which is the ID of the button. So I'm going to specify it here. And I need to copy the ID of the to do list. To do list ID. So this is a new to do list. So this is actually the to do list ID. I have actually copied the wrong one. Okay, so that's now completely ID. The list is for to do list, new to do input, new to do input, then add to do button, and then add to do button. So these are the 3 variables. We have now finally fetched the ID of the elements. And after that, here I will be using the add to do button, add event listener. So instead of that, we are going to add the listener, and then I need to specify the column. Then I will be here using the click. And here I'm going to specify the function, the event that we are going to, or I can use the arrow function. So arrow function, we need to provide the fat arrow. Okay, so this will be the arrow function. Then need to specify the body of the arrow function. Okay, and then inside of that we need to add the const variable. So this is basically used to hold the new to do text. Whatever we will type inside this to do input type, it's going to hold inside of this particular variable. Okay, so it is going to be new to do text is equal to then we need to set the value of new to do input dot value. So whatever value is coming from the input type, we are going to set it here. Note is actually value. And after that, we need to check for the empty to do. So we are going to use if condition, then the body of the if. Instead of that, first I will be writing the new to do input. So we need to check whether the new to do input is not equal to empty string. If it is an empty, then we don't want to allow it to enter into the list. That is why this condition is here used. After that, I'm again going to get another constant variable. So this is time is actually the new to do item is equal to document dot get element by id. So we don't need to get the element. We want to create the element. So we want to actually append the element inside the HTML document. So we actually creating the new to do item. Okay, so this will be the new to do item variable. This will actually be the item that will be entered inside the list. And after that, we need to use the new to do item dot inner text. So after creating the list, we need to update its inner text is equal to the new to text that we are getting from the input type. So let me first complete it. New to do text. So these two lines of code it's actually going to create the li element in the HTML document. And after creating the document, we need to update its inner text value with the new to do text. This new to do text value is coming from the new to do input, which is this input. Okay, so these two lines of code is actually clear to you, I hope. Then the next, we need to create the delete button. Right now you can see this is a delete button. So we need to create this HTML element as well. So again, I'm going to here use the const keyword, and then I will be here using delete and to do btn. So it's going to be like a button is equal to document dot. Then we need to again create the element. It is going to be like create element, and then what element we want to create. So we want to create the button element. Okay. After creating the button, then we need to append it with the to do. Okay. So again, we need to create the same process. We need to update its text property so that we can provide this X button just to indicate the cross to actually delete the to do. Okay. So again, here I will be using the delete to do button dot inner text. We're going to update its inner text value. Then we need to initialize it with the delete to do btn value. Okay, so this is for the, or I can go with the like X, we need to append it, not delete one. First, we need to add the X here. Do will be creative. So if I just simply enter here this, and if I enter, then you can see nothing is working because right now we are not displaying the result inside the UL. We are just creating these to-dos inside the variable scope. We are not displaying it. So let me first complete the code, then I will be show you the output. After that, we need to add the class list element to this delete to do button so that it can delete the to do from the UI. So for that, here I will be using again delete to do btn dot class list. So this will be the class list dot. I'm going to add using the function add. Then we need to start the bracket, and inside bracket we need to specify the code inside the double quotes. So we actually want to delete to do btn. So whatever the button we have, so here we will specify the delete to do btn. Okay, so this will actually use to delete the to do button, and then after that we need to here use the delete to do btn, and then we need to add here the add event listener so that when we click on the button, then we can remove the to do. So for that, again we need to specify the terminator here, and then we need to specify the event, which is going to be the click event. Then we need to specify here the function, then the body of the function, and inside of this function we need to add a line of code which is to do item. So new to do item, which is actually the new to do item. This is a variable one. We need to call a function called remove. Okay, so this when we click on this X button, then it's going to remove the to do from the list. And after that, we need to create the list, means append the code inside the list. once we add the delete procedure, we need to update the to do as well. So new to do input dot append child. So this will be our append child, and then we're going to use here delete to do btn. Okay, then we need to add the, because once we delete the delete functionality will be performed when the button is clicked, then we also need to append the delete button inside the new item, because it will be also as a act as a part of the task, or I can say that the to do. Then we need to update the to do list, which is our main UL list. Okay, so inside of that we need to use the append child functionality, append child method. Then inside of that we need to provide the new to do item, which is the main new to do item. This will be the new to do item. We need to append it to the list so that we can display it. And then we need to set the new to our, once we enter the value, we need to also make sure once we click on it, this edit means this input type will become empty. So to do that, we are going to here add the code, which is new to do input dot value is equals to empty string. So that marks the completion of the code for the to-do list application. Okay, so if I completely save it and if I run this project by just refreshing it, and here I will be adding my first, this is the first, if I add here first task, and if I click on add, then you can see we are getting here a empty one. Why? And if I enter, then you can see we have this empty one, we can delete it, but right now the text is not appearing. We are actually adding the to-dos. So there is a mistake. So we need to figure out where is we have made a typo. So guys, the problem is here inside of this code is we actually comparing here the wrong input variable. So here we need to compare the new to-do text instead of new to-do input. So I'm going to copy this and I will be replacing it here. So once we compare the text, if it is not empty, then we want to execute the code. Also here, instead of new to-do input, we need to update the value of the new to-do item, because right now this is actually holding the list item. Okay, so we need to replace it, this new to-do input, with this variable. So I'm going to copy this here and I will be pasting it here. After that, once we control save it, and then I will be adding here this is the to do. Now to do, this is to do. If I can add it, then you can see now we are actually able to see the text. Then we can add here a drink water. And if I control means click on the add button, then you can see we are getting the second to do, drink water. If I click on this, then we can also delete the to do. So the next step is we need to add the CSS so that we can see like this. Okay, so you can see like this one. So to add this type of CSS, we need to coming back to this CSS file. So the first thing is we need to add the CSS for the UL, which is for the unordered list, selecting the UL selector, which is for the unordered list. So first step is we need to add the list style to none so that we can remove the basic styling like bullets of the list. Then we need to specify the padding to 0. Then I need to specify the margin top property, which is going to be like 20 pixel. So if I save it, if I enter here like some text, this, and if I enter here, then you can see there is nothing is changed because we need to style the list element as well. The only thing is actually removed is the bullets of the list. Okay, then I'm going to select the li element, and then inside of this li element, first I need to specify the padding. Padding from all sides is going to be like 10 pixel, and then I need to specify the background property, which is the background color. So the background color is like 3 times E, which is for the dark. Then from the margin bottom property, which is going to be like 5 pixel, and after that I need to specify here border radius property, which is also be 5 pixel. Then we need to specify the display property. So display is going to be like flex, and then we need to specify the justify content center, and then align items at center. So once I save it, then you can see the text is now text and the button is actually at the center of the screen. So instead of doing that justify content center, we can add it as the space between. So if I save it, so now if I enter here a long text like this is the first to do task to be completed. Okay, so now the element is actually changed. Also we need to add the style to this button, because right now they are actually following the same style code for this add button. So to do that, but before that, we also need to specify one more element, which is the li, and then here I will be using the last child function, means the last child property. So last child property is going to lie bottom 0 pixel. If I save it, then you can see this property is now applied. Then we need to add the code for the button. So we have specified the ID to the button inside the JavaScript file. You can see that this is a delete to do class list add. So we are actually specifying the class selector to this delete to do button variable. We can adding the class element directly, means dynamically, with the JavaScript code. So we use this ID name, this is delete to do button, Control C, copy it, and then if I coming back to the CSS part, here I will be using the dot and then pasting the name of the class. Then instead of that, first we need to add the background color. So the background color is going to be like red. So here I will be using the red color. Okay. And then I need to specify the font color. So the font color is going to be like white. So I'm using the color names here. You can use RGB function just to speed up the process. I just use here the color name. The color is going to be none. And then I need to specify the padding. So padding is going to be like 5 pixels from the top and bottom. Then from left and right is going to be like 10 pixels. And after that, I need to use border radius property. So border radius is going to like 3 pixels. And then I will be using the cursor property. Or circle is like cursor pointer. So once I save it, then you can see the button style is actually changed. The only thing is we need to change the hover state of the button as well. So if I control C it and control CV, then here we need to add the hover element. So delete button, and then we need to change the color here. So here I will be using the hashtag D32 for my color name. So this will be the color, which is slightly darker than the previous color. Okay, so that marks the completion of the code for the CSS part as well. The leftover CSS part. This is style we need to add after the JavaScript code, because all of this style is actually coming dynamically. That is the reason we have specified this code once we completed the JavaScript. So if I completely refresh it and then add the like drink water, okay, do coding stuff. So once you complete the to-do list task, then you can simply, if you did the coding stuff, then you can remove it. Okay, so that marks the completion of this to-do list application lecture. So if you like this lecture, then leave a review, because your review definitely helps me to actually improve my courses. So thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome back to this lecture. So in this lecture, we will be building a digital clock application by using JavaScript. So let me first show you the application that we are going to build in this whole lecture. So this is the application that we are going to build. So you can see this has a nice looking this box like structure that has rounded corners and digital lock, and then this is the timer that is currently working on. So this is our hours, and this is for the like minutes, and then we have this seconds. So we are going to build this application. Then we are going to style this particular if like design. This is a little bit tricky, so we are going to work with the CSS part as well. So our first step is to start with the HTML part of the project. So here you can see I have already created 3 files inside this particular folder, which is digital clock web. So inside of that, I have created the index.html file with some boilerplate code, and then we have empty style.cs file, and then script.js file. I'm going to place HTML ellipse. So I'm going to just simply adjust my viewport a little bit so that you can see the whenever I type the code, and I will show you the output as well. And then inside the body, first I'm going to add the code. Okay, so the first thing is we need to add the container. So I'm using here the emit plugin feature. So it will give me the container. Okay, and inside of that I will be using the like another element which is for the card. So I'm going to here using the 2 different approaches, one for the card and one for the container. So I'll specify the class as card. So this is the main card that we are actually going to use it. Okay, so this will be the main card, and inside of that I will be placing the h1 element, which is the digital clock. And then I save it, and if I use the go live plugin, then it's going to show the output with the h1 element, which is digital clock. And after that digital clock, we need to place the another div which is used for the like a container. So this will be the clock div. Inside of that we are going to place these 5 span elements. Okay, so again I need to type here div, and then I will be specifying the class as clock. So this will be like our clock, and inside of that we need to add 5 span elements. So I'm going to here use 5 span element by multiplying it with 5. If I press enter, then you can see I got 5 span elements. Like maintain it, then I need to specify the class here. So it's going to be the class, and it's going to like time element. So I'm going to copy this code here by Control C, and then I will be pasting it here, and then after that I will be pasting it here. If I save it and if I go here, and you can see nothing is appearing, so I'm going to place here 0 0 and also 0 0, and then here also 0 0. And if I control save it, then you can see we need to specify the colon as well. Right now you can see these column. So for that I will be using here this, also this span element will be used, and also I'm going to provide the class here, because later on in the CSS part we are going to actually modify its style little bit. Okay, and then I'm going to here write the colon element, and then I'm also going to copy this class and paste it here inside of this one as well. Then you can see this is now the colon is appearing. So this is all for the CSS part of this particular project, which is digital clock application. So our next step is to add the style sheet code for this digital clock application. So now we are going to start with the CSS part of this project, which is our digital clock application. So for that we need to use the style.css file. So right now you can see inside our style.css file nothing is actually typed. So the first element that we are going to style is the container element. This is this main container that acts as a parent for the other elements. So we are going to start with the first container. So here I'm going to type in the container, and then I'm going to start the block of the container. Also I'm going to cross verify the name of the container. I'm going to copy this and I will be pasting it here so that it doesn't give me any error. Okay, the first property that we need is actually the display property. So display, I'm going to use the flex. If I do that, then you can see both of the elements is now appearing in the single row. Then after that I need to provide the flex direction property. So flex direction, I'm going to provide the column. Okay, and then after that I will be using here a justify content is actually going to be center. If I save it, and then align items is actually going to be the center. So now you can see they are actually appearing at the center of the screen. Okay, so that is why I did that. Where is our window? This is the window. I actually forgot to resize it again. So I'm going to resize it, and so that you can see the code output while I'm typing it inside the CSS part. Okay, and next property we actually need to specify the height. So height is going to be like 100 VH, which is view height. Okay, and if I control save it, then you can see this is now perfectly at the center of the screen. And then after that we need to specify the background color. So background color here will be using the hexadecimal notation code, which is the D3, not add 3, it's like D3 and capital D and capital D3. So this will be the color code we are going to use for the container. Now you can see the default styling of the browser, which is the body element. So we need to style the default style of the body, means restyle it, or you can say that remove the default style of the browser from the body. So to do that, for that we need to select the body selector. So I'm going to select the body selector at the top and modify its content. So the first thing is we need to use the margin property. So here I will be using the margin is actually going for the 0, and then padding is actually 0, and then I need to use the border style property. Border style is going to like box border, I can say that the border box. Okay, so if I save it, then you can see the padding is, the default styling is removed. So that way actually want. Now the next step is we need to style the card element, which will be the main card, so that we can make our application look like this. So for that we need to select the card. So here I will be using the dot card, and then opening the body of the card element. Inside of that, first I need to specify the background color. So background color is going to be like hashtag FFF, which is for the complete white. Okay, so this will be our card element, and instead of that, first I also need to specify the border property. So border radius is going to like 13 pixel, and then I need to specify the box shadow. So box shadow is like 0 pixel, and then 0 pixel, and then from 10 pixel we actually want it, and I will be using here RGBA function, which is 0 0 0, and then here I will be using 0.5. If I save it, then you can see we have, and you can see this is actually not styled. We are going to do that also, but first we need to style this card and the H1 element. We are going to style one by one, and later on our application will look like this. Okay, the application that we want to build. And after that, we need to add the border property as well. So for the border, I will be using here 2 pixel border, which is a solid border, and the color is going to be like hashtag 632, and we have DF8. So this will be the color we are going to use for the border. And after that, I'm going to specify the max width property. So max width is going to be like 400 pixel. Okay. Now after specifying the max width property, you can see this card has a border as well, the rounded border, but there is one problem. You can see these timer elements, which is our span element, is not appearing inside the card. The reason for that is actually we have actually forgot to add it inside the card element, because right now this is a separate 2 elements. So we need to add this clock div inside this card div as well. So I'm going to just simply cut this code from here and paste it inside the card div, because these two are the child of the card, then it will be inside the card. And if I save it, then you can see now the timer elements is appearing inside the card one. Okay, so now it's time to style the H1 element, because we have fixed the problem. So the first thing is we need to select the H1 element. So I'm directly going to select with the tag selector name, and inside of that first I need to specify the font size. But there is no need to specify the font size because H1 has the maximum height and width. So we are going to ignore this property right now. I just use it for the experimental purpose. So text line property, I'm going to use this center. And after that, I'm here using the background property. So background is going to be like, okay, so here I actually need to use the background color because we are not using any image. Okay, so we are using here a background color. So the color we are going to use this same color, which is this blue one, because we are going to use it the same, the border that we have specified. You can see this is the color we get it. Now we need to modify it. So the first is we need to add another property, which is padding from top. So padding from top is going to like 10 pixel, and then padding from bottom also is going to like 10 pixel. So I have actually don't used here a shorthand property of the CSS. I just simply specifying the property manually because I need to adjust it. If I do that, then you can see this is actually appearing at the screen of as well. So don't worry, we are going to fix it one by one. You can see this is the corner is appearing. This is not a corner for this one. This is actually the border corners. We are going to fix all of this one by one, and then we need to add the margin bottom property. So margin bottom is going to like 10 pixel, and then we need to use the overflow. So it's going to be like hidden. So once I do that, then you can see overflow hidden property is actually displaying its result. And then we need to specify the color. So color I'm using here a white color, which is FFF, and then we are getting here a white color of the digital clock. Okay guys, and then after that here we need to use the border radius property. So the border radius is going to like 10 pixel, and then we need to use here a 10 pixel, and then after that here I'm using the 0 pixel and then 0 pixel. If I do that, then you can see the corner edges is actually fixed. Okay, so this is for our main header part, the main label part. Okay, so here you can see this digital clock. Okay, so we are going to fix one by one. Now it's time to specify the code for the clock one. So this is the clock element. Okay, so I'm going to copy this one and coming back to the CSS file. So here I will be writing here clock and I'll start the body of the element. And first I need to specify the padding. So padding is going to like 25 pixel. If I control save it, then you can see the border element is taking some space. Okay, and then I'm going to use the display property. So we are going to use the display flex. If I do that, then nothing is changed, I think. So we need to use the align property as well. Align items at the center. So align item center, and then I need to specify the margin bottom property. So margin bottom is going to like 10 pixel. Okay, so this is actually working fine. Then we need to add the time element. So we have our time element. Okay, so the span classes, that is our this time element. So we're going to provide the style for that as well. So the first thing we need to add here a font size property. So font size is going to like 48 pixel. Okay, and then after that we need to add here a font weight property. So font weight is going to be like our bold. And then we need to add here a color property, which is used to change the color of the font. So I'm going to use here a black. So 000. Okay, and after that I need to here specify the margin property. So margin is going to like 0 pixel, and then we need to use the 10 pixel. So from left and right is going to like 0 pixel, and from top and bottom is going to like 10 pixels. You can see it's actually now appearing perfectly. Okay, and then I need to here use the another, which is a colon element, which is used to actually style these columns. Right now they are actually very tiny and small. Okay, so I'm going to write here an element. So here I have mistaken the name, and then inside of that I'm going to specify the same property, coming back and just only reducing the size of the font. So you can see now this is what our digital clock looks like. The CSS part same as it is like this one. The only difference is that this one has I have actually resized the font of this one, and inside of that I didn't do that. So you can do it as per your need if you want. So that's it for the CSS part of this particular project, which is our digital clock. So the next step is to add the JavaScript to this project. So now let's start with the JavaScript part of this particular project. So for that we need to use the script.js file. So inside of that file, first we need to start with the update clock method. So this function will be called when we launch the project. So we are going to call this function outside of the project by using the set interval method. Means after 1 second we are going to call this function once the project is loaded to the screen. Okay, or we can say the project is loaded into the browser. So first we need to here specify the function. So function is going to like update, or I can say that the update clock function. Okay, so this will be the function name that we are going to use, and we are going to call this function by using the set interval method, and inside of that we need to specify the method. Okay, so the callback we are going to specify here, not an arrow function callback. We need to pass here an update clock callback without the brackets, and then instead of that we need to specify the 1000 millisecond, which is actually equal for the 1 second. And then once we load this project, you will see nothing is happening, because after that whatever code we will write inside of this function, it will be executed after 1 second. Okay, so let's do it. So the first thing is we need to get the IDs of the elements, okay, like these 1, and after that we need to add the logic to calculate the hours, minutes and seconds. So the first thing is I'm going to get the IDs of the elements. So right now you can see the inside the HTML part I didn't specify the ID to these 3 span elements, so it's time to specify the ID as well. So here I will be using the ID attribute, and then inside of that I will be specifying the ID as hours, and this one is going to for the minutes, and this is the third one is actually for the is for the seconds. Okay, so we need to fetch the ID of all of these 3 elements inside the script.js. So for fetching the ID, we are going to here use the const. Okay, so for the const, so the first thing is we need to here type the hours element. Okay, is equal to, then it's going to like get, or I can say that the document, not get, it's the document dot get element by ID inside of the brackets, and we start here the brackets and semicolon, and then we need to specify here hours. Make sure the name is perfectly typed, and then I'm going to copy this into 2 more times to save a little bit of the time. Okay, and here I will be using the minutes, and this will is going for the seconds, and here also I need to specify the minutes, and this is for the seconds. Okay, so now the element ID is fetched properly. Then we need to create here 3 variables. Now before creating the hours, minutes and seconds variable, we need to first create a variable to actually hold the date object. So for that, first I'm going to create here let now, and inside of this now we are going to initialize the value with the use of new operator, and we are going to use the date of class object. So we created a variable of the date, and it's having the reference, means this now variable has a reference of this date object. Okay, and after that we need to create a variable which is hours, and it's equal to now with the function of now we are going to use the get hours. Okay, and hours, and we are going to use the function hours, and then we are going to terminate it. Similarly, we need to find out the minutes is equal to, and then again you using the now dot get minutes, and then to complete its body by using the bracket, and then again we need a seconds is equal to, and then we need to use the now, and then here we will be using the get seconds. So finally we are able to fetch the hours, minutes and seconds. If we directly set these values to the elements, which we can do it by the way, then you can see here our hours element. So if I use the hours element dot, and we are going to update its text content. So if I use it and equals to hours, which is our hours variable, and similarly for the minutes one, which is our minutes element dot text content is equal to, and here we will be using the minutes semicolon to terminate it, and then we are going to use the seconds element dot text content is equal to seconds. If I terminate it and if I save it, then you can see inside the browser the things are actually working, means the code is actually working. Right now the time is 12:21 AM, so it's actually showing the 21 AM, but we want our project to display the timer in a form of 2 digits. So for that we need to calculate and add some logic. So I'm going to use the ternary operator for that to display the time in 2 digits. Right now you can see it's actually displaying the 2 digits, the only for that because right now this is actually 21 minutes 26 seconds. But if you see the second is completed like 60, and then when it's turned back to 0, 1, 2, then it's also going to display in the single digit. So for that we need to calculate the hours. We need to modify the hours variable value. Okay, so first we need to modify the value of this hours variable on the basis of the certain condition. So first I'm going to type here hours is equal to, and then here I'm again going to type the hours value. So if it is smaller than 10, which is a 2-digit value, smaller than 10, then I'm going to here use the question mark sign, then this is for the ternary operator. If it is smaller than, then we are going to append the 0 inside of it, like this 0 will be added to our hours variable. This particular hours will be first compared with this value 10. If it is smaller than 10, then this block will be executed, means this particular code will be executed, which will be 0 added to the hours variable, and then this entire value will be initialized to this hour variable. Okay, and after that if it is not happen, then it's going to display the value of the hours. Okay, if it is not smaller than 10, then this particular hours variable value will be initialized to the hours. I think this is very clear to you. This is the best thing I can do, and similarly we need to do this same with the use of minutes and also with the seconds. So here inside of this I will be using for the minutes, if minutes is smaller than 10, like this similar one, then 10 will be added. If it is minutes is smaller than the value of 10, then 0 will be added to the minutes. Again I'm repeating so that you can easily remember the logic. If it is not the case, if minutes is not smaller than 10, then this particular value will be executed, then it's going to initialize the minutes. Okay, similarly it is going to happen in case of seconds as well. So if it is seconds, if seconds is smaller than 10, then it's going to append the 0 to the seconds. If it is not a case, if second is not smaller than 10, then this will be not be executed. Then here this second variable value will be initialized to the seconds variable. So that marks the completion of the code. If I control save it, then you can see everything is now appearing 2 digits. You can see right now we are actually having 12:56 AM. So right now you can see 56 and it's displaying these seconds. So 56 minutes, then there is a 12, so it's actually going to be 00. Okay, and similarly for this one, you can see here 57 minutes. This is also having 57 minutes. So that marks the completion of the code for this project, which is our digital clock application. So if you are actually enjoying the course and if you like my videos, then please leave a review, because your review definitely going to help me to actually enhance the quality of my course. Also it will help me to enhance the quality of my future courses. So thank you for watching and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome back to this lecture. So in this lecture we are going to build the expense tracker application. So let me show you the first application that we are going to build in this particular lecture. So this is the final application that we are going to build in this whole lecture. So you can see we have this heading expense tracker, then we have this label which actually display the total expenses, then we have a button. So if I click on this add expense button, then you can see we have this alert message box appearing. So inside of that, first we need to add the enter expense description. So if I enter here like drinks, and if I hit like OK, and then we need to add the amount. This is our next alert box that has the enter expense amount. So inside of that we need to add the like amount of the expense. So if I enter here 10, then you can see we have this list, and also our total expense variable value is also changed. Means this is actually a variable, means this particular label value is updated. And we also have this nice white list that has this cross button. So if I click on this cross, then you can see the expense list is actually removed. And if I again click on it, and then we can add here like food. If I hit OK, then we need to add the amount, that is $50. And if I again enter here like fruits, we have spent some time on fruits, and then we need to add the another which is like $40, or I can get 70, just a random value I want to add. Then you can see this list is actually maintained. So once this expense, you can calculate it how much like groceries you have built, you can track that. So this is application we are going to build. The main idea is to actually learn how to build this UI and also add this list functionality. And later on in this course, we will also build some advanced features of this application as well. So our first step is to start with the HTML part of the project. So here you can see inside of the Visual Studio Code, I have created 3 files. The first is the index.html, the second is the style.css, the third one is the script.js file. So let me click on this Explorer button so that we have this nice work area, and also I'm going to minimize it, and I'm going to select my Chrome browser, and just I'm going to launch the application, which is the HTML part, this one. So if I click on go live, then we will definitely see a new tab. So it's actually starting here, and so you can see this is our application is now working. So if I enter here like h1 element expense, if I save, then we will see the expense tracker. So I can show you the output while typing the HTML and CSS code as well, because this is the best way to actually display the working line of the code. Okay, so now the first thing is we need to create the expense tracker container that has all the elements. So all of this is actually wrapped inside the expense tracker container. So we want to do that thing first, and then if I hit a tab key, then we get actually I have to specify here a dot as well. So if I press a tab key, then we can see we get the expense tracker, but we didn't get the class name. So I'm just going to cut it. I didn't take the class name. So now this is our class expense tracker. So inside of that, I have to add first the another div. So I'm going to type it here expense like header, So I enter now. At this point of time, the embed plugin works perfectly. So inside of the first, just grab this h1 element and I'm going to put it inside the, and let's change this to h2. Okay, and also its closing tag. So now it's become a little bit small. That is because we have used here a h2 heading. So our next step is we need to place the button, because these all are actually appearing in the single row, or I can say that the line. So here we will be using the button. Then we need to specify the class to this button, which will be fetched inside the HTML and also used for the styling the CSS part. And then I actually named the class as add expense ptn, and inside of that we need to add the text add expense. Okay, so now this is actually done. After that we need to add another, which is to actually display this list. So for that we need to add an empty div element. So I'm again here typing the expense, and then I will be adding here expense list. So this will remain the empty because this will be used to display the list. And then we need to add this label, or I can say that the h3 tag, or this will actually display the like total expense amount. Okay, so for that again we need to create the another div of the class total expense on total, and if I press a tab key then we get this div. Inside of that I will be using the h3 element, so it's going to have a heading total expense, and then this is going to like $0, which will display the result 0 at the initial part. Alright, so that is for the HTML elements part. We have added this main container. So let me first actually do what actually this is ended here, like here this is div. So this div is actually closing at the end. So I have done one mistake, because everything will be reside inside the, because this will be the parent. So let me first indent it properly. Okay, so everything is indented. All these three divs are actually child of this expense tracker, and then all of them has two elements. This one has one, this one is empty element because it doesn't have. We are going to display the list manually by using the JavaScript code. If I control save it, then the output will remain the same. So our next step is to add the CSS part to this expense tracker application. So for CSS part, we have to use the style.css file in order to style these elements of the HTML. So the first thing is we need to style the body tag. So inside of the body, I'm going to apply the background color. So background color is going to be like hashtag F2 and F2, which is my favorite, like light gray color. And then I need to apply the font family. So the font family is going to like Gill Sans. So I'm going to use different font at this point of time. So you can see this is our expense tracker font. Okay, and it is actually slightly different than this font. This one actually using the Arial sans serif, but I have actually used here a different font just to make the application little different. In terms of the font, the functionality will remain the same. And after that, we need to style the expense tracker class. So this is our class. So I'm going to copy this, and then I will be here using the dot and then pasting the class name. And then I have actually specified here two curly brackets, opening and closing curly brackets. Inside of the block of the expense tracker, we are going to write our CSS code. So the first thing is I am actually using here max width property. So max width, and then it's going to like 500 pixel. Okay, if I control save, then nothing will change because we have to add the margin property as well. So margin is 0, and then from top and bottom is going to 0, and then I have to specify the from the left and right is going to auto. If I control save it, then you can see it's slightly moved. If I actually increase the size, then it is actually at the center of the screen. Okay, I'm going to actually show this. Okay, so now this is what margin property does, and after that we need to add the padding. So padding is going to like 20 pixel. Okay, and then I have to add the font family. So in font family, again this is one which is Lucida. I actually going to use this font family. Alright, and then I will be using here the border property. So the border is going to like 1 pixel border, solid border. Okay, and then I have to specify the color. So color is going to like CCC, which is a little gray color. So you can see we have this nice border is coming out to the expense tracker. Okay, and after that we need to add the border radius property. Right now the border corners are very thick, like a pointed one. So we want a rounded border. So for that we are actually using a border radius property of 5 pixel. And after that I'm going to specify the background color. So the background color is actually I'm using here this BEIAG, which is beige, this particular color. Okay, so this is for the expense tracker class. The next thing that we want to style is the expense header. So I'm going to copy this, because inside of that we need to actually display these expense tracker heading, which is h2 element, and also this button in the same line. So for that we need to first actually use the expense header. So right now this can be done with the use of the flex, because these two are actually the child of this expense header. So for applying the flex we need a header, which is, I can say that, the parent, and then we need a child. So there should be a parent-child relationship, then we can use the flex properly. So that is why I'm going to use this. So I'm going to copy this again. I think I didn't copy this property. Again I'm going to specify a dot, and then instead of expense tracker I'm going to paste it here expense header, then the body of this expense header. So instead of that, first I will be using the property called display flex. So display is going to be flex, and after that I will be here using the justify content, which is going to be like space between, not round, it's going to like space between. If I do that, then you can see both of these elements now appearing at this single row. Right now you can see the button style is actually changed. It looks like a little bit square, but we are going to style just a moment. But first we have to complete this expense header, and after that I need to apply another property, which is align items is going to be center as well. So if I do that, then you can see the button is actually taken up its normal state, or you can say the normal style. Okay, then we have to add another property here, which is for margin from bottom is going to be like 20 pixel. Okay, so this is for the expense header. So the next step is to style this button. So again I am actually going to paste it here dot, then expense header, and then we need to add here a button, or I can just simply use the class of the button, because we have specified the class of the button. We can use that as well, or I can select the multiple class selector, because I can use the expense tracker, and then inside of that we can target the button as well. So we can use that approach as well, but I am actually using the class name of the button. So inside of the button, from top and left, I'm going to use the padding property, which is a shorthand property. So this is going to be like 10 pixel, and then I also need to apply the padding from the left and right, which is going to be like 20 pixels. If I do that and if I save, then you can see if I increase the padding to like 30, then you can see from left and right the padding is actually increased. From top and bottom I want to display the padding as 7 pixel, or I can just stick with the 10 pixel. It's totally up to you how you want to style your button. Alright, and then after that I need to specify the background color, which is a nice greenish color. So it's going to like 4CAF50. So here not a X, it's actually a C. You can see this is the button. Now we have to change the color. So color is going to like hashtag FFF, which is for the white, and then we need to remove the border. So border is going to be like none, and then I need to increase the font size. So font size is going to like 16 pixel, and then I need to increase the font weight. So font weight is going to like 600. If I save it, then you can see button is actually changed the style of the button. Then I have actually used the text transform, which is going to be like uppercase. And then the another property I will be using here, a border radius property, which is going to be like 5 pixel. If I control save it, then you can see the button edges is actually become rounded, means the corner of the button becomes round. And then we have the text transform, which actually change the characters, or I can say that the text of the button to uppercase letters. Okay, and the last property, or I can say that the second last property, is going to be the cursor pointer. And then for the hover animation, we are going to here use the transition. So transition, we are going to target the background color. background, and then we are going to use the color. So color is going to like 0.3 second and it's going to like ease. If I do that, then you can see there is a nice effect is going on. Okay, so that marks the completion of the code for the add expense btn. You can see that the color of the button is not changed. That is because the property here is actually the counter reset. We want to change it. It is actually a color. So if I save it, then we can see we have this nice add expense white color text. Okay, so the next step is we need to add the CSS for this total expense one. The another one that we have to write the CSS is the expense list. So we are going to write the expense list CSS and also its item. You can see this is a list and all of its item and all of this button CSS we are going to write once we complete the JavaScript part. Okay, so right now I'm going to provide the CSS code for this total expense so that it can actually display in the right side of the container. So to do that, first I'm going to copy the class name of the total expenses, and coming back to the CSS part, here I will be using a dot and adding the total expenses. So inside of that, I just need to do text alignment. So it's going to like text alignment. So I'm going to change the property to right. Once I do that, you can see the text is now appearing at the center. Also, I can actually increase the font weight because it's a heading tag. So I can increase the font weight to like 600, or it doesn't actually. So this property doesn't require because it's already bold, because we have used here a element which is called h3. So if we use here a like paragraph element, because before that I have used the paragraph element, but for this tutorial creation I have used here the h3 tag, so it's already bold, so we don't need to specify here the font weight property or like anything else. So okay, so that is for the CSS part of this expense tracker application. So our next step is to actually start the JavaScript part of this expense tracker application. So now we are going to start with the JavaScript part of the project. So inside of the script.js file, first we need to create the 3 variables which will be used to fetch the IDs of the element. But inside our index.html we didn't specify the ID selector, we specify here class selector. So we are going to use the query selector to fetch these elements so that we can bind these UI elements inside our JavaScript. And also you can see this h3 element doesn't have a class, so we are going to use the selector to select these element inside the script.js file. So let me first type the first line of the code. So first is actually our add expense button, and this will be going to initialize the value as document.query selector. So inside of the query selector we need to specify the class name. So the class name is, our button class name is add expense btn. So we're going to use it with the use of dot because it's a class selector. And also I'm going to zoom out a little bit so that you can see the code in the proper line. Now you can see it's giving us the error. The reason for that, we need to specify this inside the double quotes or either in the single quotes. So once we do that, we are successfully able to fetch the button inside the JavaScript. And similarly, we need to create 2 more lines of the code. So I'm going to simply copy this and paste it 2 more times. Then this will be our expense list. Okay, and inside of this expense list, I'm going to fetch the class name of the expense list. So I'm going to copy it and again I'm going to paste it here. And then the third one we need is our total expense to display the expense amount. So it's going to be total expenses, and inside of that I'm going to use the class name total expense. I'm going to copy this class name, coming back to the script.js file, and I'm going to paste it here. And also I'm going to press a space here because we are going to select the h3 element. So this is our h3 element. We need to display the amount inside of this h3. So that is the reason I have specified here h3 as well. So that is for the fetching of the elements inside the JavaScript. Now after doing this, we need to create 2 variables. So the first is actually like an array, which is an empty array, which is actually going to hold all of these inside array, because every list item will be act as an array element. So we are going to traverse the array and then display it in the form of UI. And then we need a total to display the total amount, which is the total expense. Okay, so we need to create these two variables. So again, I'm going to open our own project, means going to click on the tab where our project is expense tracker, and this is the final product that we want to build. So the first thing is I'm going to here use the let keyword. So expenses and is equal to, or I'm going to specify here S for the plural because it is for the expenses, and then I'm going to use the square brackets which is for the array. Okay, and then I need to create another variable which is for the total, and it is going to equal to like 0 because right now the total is 0. Then we need to create some functions. So I'm going to first create all the functions like just the name of the function, then we are going to code inside the function. So the first thing is render expenses. So this is the first function that we need. Okay, and then we need another function which is for the add expense. So this will be used to add the expense in the list. So this will be the function name and the body, and the another function is we need is to delete the expenses. So it's going to like function, then we need to specify the name of the function, I'm going to specify its body. So these are the three functions that will be used. Now this particular one is actually used to create this UI, and inside of the UI this function add expense will be used to put the data. The data main is actually added by this function, and then this will be used to give the functionality to delete the data. So this function will be called. So first we are going to start the coding inside this render expense function, because also for creating these UI elements we also need to provide the CSS code as well. So I'm going to just simply make a room here by entering some spaces, and then inside of this function we need to create the element which is called let, or I can say that the variable of the element which is let HTML is equal to empty. So we need to create a div, and inside of that div, which will be acts as a container, means that main div, and then inside of that we need to create the three more elements. This is actually a div which is used for the description of the item, then the amount item, and then the button. So we are going to create 4 HTML elements by using the JavaScript code. Okay, so all of this will be done inside the for each method which is used for the looping purpose. Okay, so first we are going to use the expenses. So expenses dot, which is our array. So we are going to loop it by using the for each. So inside of this for loop we are going to provide the first as an expense. Okay, expense, and then we need to here provide the arrow syntax by using the fat arrow, and then we are going to open its curly brackets, and after that we need to terminate it. So this is what we are going to do with the expense. I'm also going to provide air spaces so that it looks more clear and meaningful, and then inside of that we are going to initialize this HTML element which is our variable right now. So this is going to like HTML, and it's going to have a short syntax property. I'm going to use it, which is actually used to initialize and also adding the new elements. Okay, then I'm going to use here a template string. So please pay more attention to this particular code, otherwise things will become more difficult if you didn't watch it properly. So I'm going to take it into multiple lines, and then I will be here specifying a terminator at the end of this because it's a multi-line string. With the use of template string we can do that, and inside of that I will be using here a div tag. So I'm going to type the whole code which is div, and it's going to have a class selector is equal to the class selector that I'm going to give here like expense, and it's going to like item. So this will be the class name for the main root element, which is like a root element, which means that the main parent element of these three elements, sorry, not items. Then I'm going to close the div tag by entering the division, and instead of that we need another div. So I'm going to copy this because we need a div, and this will be closed here like div, and inside of that I'm going to change its class name to expense item, and hyphen is going to like description, and then this is going to hold a value, but right now all of the values actually the value that it will display is coming from this add expense method, but we didn't specify any code inside the add expense method. So right now I'm going to leave it as empty because we also going to specify the CSS code. Then I'm going to copy this into one more time for this amount one. So I'm going to coming back to the next line and expense item. This is going to be our amount. So this is our amount, and again this is going to get the value from this add expense function, but we are going to first create the UI, or you can do that just simply add the add expense, but I'm going to follow the easiest approach so that you can easily understand what's actually going on inside this expense tracker application. Then we need a button. So again this button is for this one, which is used to remove the expense item from the list. So again I'm going to type it a button, then it's going to have a class selector. So the class selector is going to like delete expense button, which is like our btn, and it's going to hold a value because we are going to provide this cross icon. So for that we are going to use here a property, means a short property, which is called times, where it's a cross, and then we are going to terminate it, and then we need to close the button tag as well. Right now if we run this application, if I control save it, then you will see nothing is changed. These tags doesn't reflect back inside the expense tracker project. The reason for that, we need to update the inner HTML of this class list, which is this class list, expense list. So we are going to do that. Where is our JavaScript? This is the JavaScript code. So after the end of these for each method, okay, so inside of that, first we need to use the expense list dot, and we are going to update its inner HTML is equal to HTML, and then we need to provide a semicolon. The semicolon is totally optional, but from here you need to provide the semicolon and also inside of that, because this is actually a multi-line statement. Okay, and if I save it, then you will see again nothing is happening. The reason for that, because we didn't specify the code inside the add expense. But if we add it here, then when we click on the add expense, the alert, or I can say that the prompt, because alert is the wrong one, the prompt is the correct. So what this line of code does is actually going to update the HTML part, but right now it doesn't going to update it, because when you click on the button, there is no listener is attached and there is no prompt is appearing. So that is the reason it's actually not going to do anything. And after that we need to add the another line of code, which is total expense, which is actually used to update the value. So here I'm going to use the total expenses dot inner HTML, and it is going to use the, so again I'm going to use here a template string. Template string, it is going to like total expenses semicolon, and then I'm going to press here a dollar. Now after the end of the dollar, we need to get the values of the total variable, which is this variable. This is actually a global variable. It will be used inside of this function and also inside of this add expense function to update its value. Okay, so that marks the completion of the code for this render expense function. Now our next step is to add the add expenses. So now we have added the UI code. The only thing, when we add the add expense functionality, we are going to see the this expense list inside the application. Okay, so coming back to our add expense function, so the first thing is we need to create the variable. So it's going to be like of const, and this is going for the description. So description is equal to, and description is going to, first we need to use a prompt. So it is actually a string, so I'm directly using the prompt, and here I'm going to type the enter expense description. Okay, and then this will be prompted to enter the description, and after that we need to add here another const amount. This will be used to enter the amount. The amount can be in a decimal value, means the point value. So that is why I have used here a float to actually accept the decimal values as well, means the point values, float values. And after that we need to check for the condition whether the two elements are entered properly. If one of the element is not entered, then we don't allow the user to enter the list, means enter the expense list. So I'm going to type it here if, then I'm going to start its brackets and also its braces. So inside of the if condition, first I'm going to type it is like in description. If it is description and amount, so if it is, then we are going to create here a variable inside the if block, which is our const expense is equal to, and this is going to have an description. So I'm going to create the object which is like description, and then I'm going to initialize it with the description value. Okay, so this is actually the property, and the value it will be held from the this variable description. Then I need to specify a comma because it is an object, and then again I'm going to specify the amount as a property, and then I'm going to specify the value of this that is coming from the amount. Remember, at the last one doesn't provide the comma, and then we need to terminate this object by providing the terminator. So after that, once we get the value, then we need to use the push function. Remember, we have these expenses, so inside of the array we can use the push function to push the data inside the array. So that is the reason after the end of the object, you should need to remember inside the if block, here we need to type the expenses dot push method. So push, and what we want to push, we want to push an object. So this will be a key value pair object, and then inside the total variable, which is our this total variable, we're going to update the value of this total variable also. So this is like our total, and then I'm going to add here like a short syntaxing for initializing and also addition. Then I'm going to update its value like amount. So like whatever the total amount is, the amount is actually added by the user will be the total amount of the expense. Okay, so suppose if user enter the amount like $5, then that will be X as a total expense amount. And then again if the user added, then that will be added. Then 5 means I want to say that like if the user first time enter the amount $5, then that $5 will be initialized to the total variable, then that will be displayed here as a $5. And after that, in the second time when the user enter the second expense, then suppose on that time user enter the 10, then 10 will be added to this total variable. So that is why here I have added the amount, because it's going to update the total variable value every time when the user enters a new expense. Okay, and then after that, inside the if condition, then we need to call the render expense function. So we already created the code inside the render expense function. So once we call the render expense function, and then we can use it. So if I control save it, and if I click on the add expense, then you can see again nothing is happening. The reason for that, we need to add the listener to this button. Okay, so for that I'm going to add outside of the function. So here I will be writing the code like add expense btn. Remember, we have created the variable at the top, which is add expense btn, which is actually fetching the class selector of the add expense button. So we already bind the UI element with the JavaScript with these 3 lines of code. Now we are going to set the listener to this button. So when we click on it, then we get the prompt. Okay, so for that, btn dot add event listener. So we are going to add the event listener. So the event listener that we want to add is the click event. So we need to specify here click, and then we need to specify the comma, and then we need to call the function which is add expense function as a callback. So once I save it, then if I click on this button, then you can see now the prompt is appearing. So if I enter the prompt like our cola, and if I enter here OK, then you can see the next prompt is not appeared. So there is a problem. So actually I have here actually added a parse float, but there is a one problem. I need to put this parse float inside the brackets. So here I didn't use the prompt. So that is the reason it doesn't actually work with the code, because the amount is not added and the condition of the if is not executed. So here I also need to specify the prompt. So again I need to add here one more brackets, and inside of the bracket I need to call here a another time prompt. So once I do that, and if I refresh it by pressing the Ctrl S, if I click on the button and then again I'm here, enter the cola and press OK, then we need to add the price, which is like $50, or you can add it randomly, whatever you want. So if I click OK, then you can see the UI is not updated, which is expected because right now inside of this HTML, which we are actually generating with the JavaScript code dynamically, we need to add the variable values, that is total, expense or description, that we are getting from this object, which is our expense object, because this object is created inside the expense and we have used this object here inside of this for each, because what for each will traverse, and that is what we actually want to create. So with the use of this expense object, then we need to specify the value, because we are actually having a template string. Okay, this is a template string, and instead of that we are generating the HTML code dynamically. So we need to provide the here curly brackets, and then we need to specify here a $sign, and inside of this $sign I need to call the expense. This is the expense, and then I need to call the expense dot, and then we will call here a description. We are directly referring to this property, which is description. So if I click on it, then you can see this is our description. And similarly, if I zoom out a little bit more so that you can see the code more clearly, and similarly again we need to provide the amount as well. So again I am here going to type the dollar and then curly brackets, and inside of this curly bracket I need to provide the expense, not SVG, it's like expense, and then dot, and then we need to use the amount. And also for displaying the dollar in the amount, like in front of you can see the dollar, so for that dollar we need to again provide here a dollar. Okay, so this will be used to display the $sign in front of the amount. Then the button will remain same, it's going to have a cross. And also there is a one problem. You can see here inside the total expense I have used here a inner HTML, but this total expense is actually an H3 element, so we need to update its actually a text property. We don't need to update its inner HTML. So here I have used a wrong property. We need to update the inner text. Again it's coming the inner HTML, that is because it is the most used one, that is why it's coming at the front inside the suggestion. So I'm going to here use the inner text. Okay, so if I control save it, and still there is a one problem. The problem is that we are actually calling the push function inside the object. What actually we doing, you can see there is a problem here. We are actually using the push function inside the object. So if I try to run this and control save it, if I click on to the prompt, and again if I here specify the properties like cola, if I hit OK and then $50 price, then you can see nothing is working. And the reason for that, if I actually open the inspect element by pressing the F12 key, so you can see now we are actually here getting the console. So inside the console you can see there is a one error is shown, type error, expense.push is not a function, and at HTML button.add expense. So script.js 44. So inside the 44 line there is a one problem. You can see here expense.push is not a function. So that is a problem, because here we are getting the problem. So we are actually need to push the data inside the expenses. There is only a one character, which is S, and actually I have pushed the data inside the object. So that is the reason. If I press here S, means we need to change this value to S, which is expenses. Now if I save it and if I click on this add expense button, then you can see the prompt is appearing. So here I will be writing the cola, and if I click OK, and then if I enter the price, so you can see now the value is appearing. So let me close this console window by clicking on this close button. You can see we are getting our like expense tracker, and you can see the cola, and then we have this 50 value. Also this buttons, if I click on it, then nothing will happen, because right now we didn't specify the code inside the delete expense. Also this total expense variable actually having only a $sign. The reason for that, because we need to here specify the variable value. So again I need to here use the dollar symbol, and then we need to call here a total. So if I save it and again click on the add expense, again I'm going to enter here milk, and then here if I enter $50 and press enter, then you can see the total expense is appearing $50, and then we have this milk and this 50, and also this cross button. Right now if I click on this cross button, nothing is happening. Again if I click on it, then we have like powder, and if I click here OK, and if I enter like $90, hit OK, then you can see we are getting our next list element. So we are successfully able to render the expenses in the form of list, and also we are able to add the expenses inside the list. Okay, so we have used these two functions and we have set the listener to the button. So now it's time to specify the CSS code to these three elements. Okay, so we need to open our style.css file, and here inside of that we need to add the CSS code. So the first code is we need to actually style the expense list. So our expense list class is like this. This is the name of our expense list. So we need first to style this, and here I will be pasting the expense list. And inside of this expense list, I'm going to use the margin bottom property. So margin bottom is going to like 20 pixel. Okay, and then we need to style the expense item, which is the main theme. Okay, so the expense item, we have specified the class name inside this code. So I'm going to copy this here, expense item, coming back to the CSS part and Control V to paste the code. And inside of the expense item, I'm going to first use the display property, which is like display flex. And if I use here justify content, and justify content is going to like space between. So if I control save it, then you can see the item is now appearing in a form of single row. And then we need to use the align item property. Align item is going to be like center. If I control save it, then it's going to center the things. Then we need to specify the background color. So the background color I will be using here F9 and F9, and you can see we getting this white color. Then I need to specify the padding. So the padding is going to like 10 pixel, and after that I will be specifying the border radius. So border radius is going to be like 5 pixel. Control save it, then you can see this is the item. And then we need to specify the margin bottom. So every time each item will be displayed differently. So if I use margin bottom 10 pixel, then you can see now we are able to get the list in a much better way. You can see we have these buttons, so we need to specify the code for the buttons as well. So before that, styling the button, I'm going to use the expense, like where is our JavaScript, expense item description. We need to provide the style code for this one as also. And coming back to here, and I'm going to increase its font weight. So it's like font weight property, and it's going to like bold. Okay, and similarly I'm going to copy this again one more time. So this one is for the amount. Okay, and this is also bold. You can see these two now appearing in a bold, more bolder. Okay, and then we need to specify the code for the button. So again, coming back to the script.js file, this is our delete button class. So I'm going to copy this class, coming back to the style.css, press the dot key and then Control V to paste the code. And instead of that, I'm going to use the first background color. So the background color is actually we are going to use here hashtag F44, which is for the red, means red color, not red, it's a red color. And then we need to specify the color as white. So it's like hashtag FFF. Also need to specify the hash, not hashtag, it's a hash character. And then need to specify the border to none. Control save it, and you can see. Then we need to increase the border radius. So border radius is going to like 50%. Then it will become a round like structure, means it will become a rounded. And then we need to use here another property which is like width. So we need to specify the width to 30 pixel, and also the height is 30 pixel. So it looks like a perfect circle. You can see now it's looking more beautiful, I can say that. Or if I increase the font size to 16 pixel, so it will increase the font size, and also font weight, and it's going to like bold. So it's now become appearing more crisp. And the last property is actually we need to change the cursor pointer. So when we hover over it, then it will become changes the cursor to pointer. We are successfully able to fetch the list, means we are able to add the expense and render the expenses. So the last step is we need to add the code to delete the expense. So right now you can see we can add the more elements like sugar. Okay, and if I enter here and enter like $50, and if I enter, then you can see we are able to add it, but there is no way we can delete it, although we are getting this pointer style cursor. So we need to add the code inside this delete expense function. Actually, you must guys wondering why I sometimes call this function as method, because in object oriented we call the function as method, and in normal code without the object oriented we call the functions as functions. So that is why sometimes I interchangeably use these terms, but it is actually a function. Yes. So let's start implementing the code inside the delete function. Now this code is little bit tricky because we have to add some more code, because we also need to attach the listener to this button and also add the code to delete this particular list from the HTML element. Okay. So to do that, this is actually a little bit tricky stuff. So don't worry, I'm going to explain the code. So the first thing is going to accept one parameter which is of type index. We're actually going to pass an event. Okay, according to that event, it's going to delete the list from the expense. Then we need to use here a short syntaxing to actually minus. So it's actually used to minus the things. And then here we will be using the expenses array. Inside of the array, I'm going to pass the index, which is our event. Okay, whichever we want, because everything is actually stored in the form of indexing starting from 0 or to the line, because this element is stored inside the array in a index as 0. This will be stored in 1, this will be stored in 2. So that is why we are actually passing the index here to delete the element inside the array amount. And then after that we are calling here expenses dot splice method. So you can see you can hover over it, so removes elements from an array, and if necessary inserts a new element in their place, returning the deleted element. So splice method does what? It actually removes the element from an array. So you can hover over it to actually read the short description Visual Studio provided. So it actually removes the element from the array. Also, it's going to return the deleted element and inserts a new element in their place. So that is why. So it's whatever index we will provide it here, it's going to delete that element and also going to insert a new element. Okay, and then we need to call here a render expense function, because after deleting the element we also need to render the UI element. That is the reason. And by doing this, once I control save it, you can see the code is actually changed, because once we refresh the JavaScript code, it's actually re-render the JavaScript page, means this re-render the web page. So if I click it here and if I use here a cola, and if I click OK and enter here $60, press enter. If I click on this, then you can see nothing is working. The reason for that, because we need to add the listener to this particular button. So to do that, let's add it and wrap this lecture quickly. So I am going to add here expense list dot add event listener. So the event listener that we want to add is actually our click event. So we need to specify the click event here by adding the click event, and then we need to specify a comma, and inside of that we need to specify the function, and then we need to pass here an event. Okay, and then this is the function event we have passed, and actually add event listener. So we have actually opened the brackets in the wrong form. We need to open the brackets here. That is why it's actually giving us the error. So inside of that we need to actually check for the condition. So we are going to write here if, because adding the event listener, we need to add the listener to the button, not when we click on these items. If we click on the item, that is also going to delete the button. So that is the reason we need to add the condition here. So we're going to use here if event dot target dot class list. So we are targeting the element class list dot contains, and inside of that I will be using here in double quotes, which is our delete, which is the class name that we have specified. So I'm going to copy it, so it will be saves a little bit of our time. So this is our delete button. So I'm going to coming back bottom of the code project, and if I paste it here, so what we are actually targeting the event dot target dot class list dot contains. If class list, whatever listener we are adding, if it contains a delete expense button, okay, then we are going to open the body of the if condition, and then we'll be writing the code. We are actually using here a const variable const index, and inside of the index we are going to use here array dot from function, and then inside of that we are going to use here a event dot target dot our parent node dot parent node. So parent node, again we are calling the parent node, and dot children, and we are using here a index of. Okay guys, so this is the code we have actually used here, and inside of this index of I'm going to just take it to the next line, index of, and then need to specify the code inside of that by using the event dot target dot parent node. Then we need to pass this index to the our delete expense function as a parameter, whatever index node we are actually calculating. Okay, so once I do that, and if I refresh it, then if I click on the add expense button, if I enter here like food, hit OK, and I enter here like 50, then if I click on this like arrow button, then you can see the item is removed. So this particular line of code does what? It's actually creating that index we actually want to delete it. Okay, now I'm going to explain this code in a more detail, because right now this will be the most confusing thing for this entire project. I know that. So the first I'm going to start with this delete expense one. So what this particular line of code does, it's going to actually deduct the amount from the expense according to the index of the item which is deleted. And this splice will does, it's actually going to delete the item and also returns the new item. Means it's going to return the deleted item, and in place of the deleted item it's going to place the new item. Now these two are easiest one to understand, I think. Now the main thing is, this is where we have added the listener. The first is the if condition, if event.target.classList.contains delete expense button. So this basically used to check whether the clicked button, which is the click event function, when we click on the button, suppose if I add here a like, so suppose here if I add here a like fruit, okay, that's okay, and then enter here 50, then if we click on this, then this is having a class called delete expense button. So this particular if condition checks for that condition. If the click item is event contains the delete expense button class, if it is a delete button expense class, which is true in case if I click on it, then it's going to remove the item. So then this code will be executed. So we need to main focus is this particular code. So first we have created an index constant, which is pretty much easy one. Then we have here used the two functions of the array, which is array.from and index of. So this particular line of code does what? It's going to return the parent node of the list element. Okay, whenever the element is clicked, right now at this point of time this element will be clicked, so it's going to return the parent node, and then this particular one will actually return the parent node of the class list. So it's going to determine that. Now this will have the array of the child elements, so we need to find the index of the child elements, because which is provided by this particular one, because you can see that parent node dot children, so it will have the collection of the children elements, and that will be passed to the index of. So we need to calculate the index of all the child elements, so that will be calculated with the use of this index of function. And later on, once we calculated, we are going to pass the index to this delete expense function to delete the node. So I think you get the complete idea how this code is working. If you want more in-depth explanation, you can Google it, because at this particular tutorial I can do this is the best that I can explain it. So if you want to learn more, you can just simply go and Google it, because this is a code that will actually you can actually learn by just practicing more JavaScript. So that marks the completion of the video lecture of this expense tracker application. If you like this lecture, then please leave a review, because your review definitely going to help me to improve my future courses. So thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Thank you. Welcome back to this lecture. So in this lecture, we are going to build the popover application. So let me show you the application that we are going to build in this lecture. So you can see this is the application that we are going to build. So when I click on this button, So you can see this is a popover appears. So if I click on this close button, then you can see it's actually closed the popover. So this is a small application that we're going to build in this particular lecture. So the first step is we need to start with the HTML part of the project. So here you can see I have already created the 3 files inside the Visual Studio Code. Okay. And I also launched my application in my browser. So you can see right now this application has the blank screen. So if I add here an h1 element and if I type here pop over and if I control save it, then you can see the h1 heading tag is now appear inside the browser screen. Okay, so I'm going to just change my viewport to a little bit. So again you can see the output as well as the input when I type the code inside the Visual Studio Code. So our first step is to actually add a class that has a popover class, means the div element, and inside of that we are going to place the other elements. Okay, so I'm going to remove this h1 heading, control save it, and if I just here you can see because of the live plugin the output is actually removed. So I need a class of button class. So here I will be using the button, and inside of the class I'm going to type the name of the class as btn. This is the first element that will be displayed when I click on the button. So when I control save it, then you can see this is the button. So this class attribute is used to actually style the element of the button, and then we need an ID selector, and instead of that I'm going to place the name of the ID is my button, and after that we need the other elements, which is our popover element, which is going to be of type div. Popover, and if I press tab key, then you can see we have a div tag that has a class popover, and inside of that I also going to specify the ID. So the ID name is my popover. Inside of this particular popover div I'm going to specify the another div. So I'm going to type it and as specify the class name as popover div, or I can say the popover inner. That will be fine. And then inside of that I'm going to specify the h3 element and then name this as my popover. Okay, and then I will be using the paragraph element. So I'm pressing the enter key and this will be our paragraph element. Now here I will be writing this in some random text. Okay, that is used here. This is just a random text I have typed. And then we need another button to actually close the pop-up. So for that I'm using here a button, and then the class of the button is button, which is also type btn, and then we need to specify the ID. So the ID is going to be like close btn. So this one is close. The text of the button is going to be close. So if I control save it, then you can see it's now appearing, but we are going to hide it with the use of CSS, and also the style of both buttons should be same. So we are going to use the same style for both of these two buttons. Okay, so that marks the completion of the code for the HTML for this popover project. So the next step is to add the CSS part to this project. So now let's get started with the CSS part of the project. So for that we need to use the style.css file. So here you can see our style.css file is already empty, and I have already linked my CSS file with the use of this link tag. And also I have linked my JavaScript file, which is by using with this script tag when I was creating the template code of the project. Okay, so inside of the style.css file, first I am going to provide the style for the body element to actually center the content of this particular project. Right now you can see it's actually appearing at the left side of the screen. So first we are going to use here a body element, and inside of the body I'm going to use the display property flex. So I'm going to use here a display flex. So if you can see here, right now the all elements is now appearing at the screen, means at the corner of the screen. So if I just here put the code, and then I will be showing the output as well. So I'm going to make it here a little bit and just make it as a square portion. Okay, in the form of square, the window of the browser. and then I'm here using the justify content as center. If I do that, then you can see the content of the screen is actually at the center, means the element is now appearing at the center of the screen inside the browser. Then I'm using here a margin property, which is actually from margin top. It's going to be like 50 pixel, the margin top property. And then we need to style the pop over class. I'm going to also increase its height. So we're going to type here pop over, then starting the body of the element, and inside of that I will be using here a display is going to be like none. So if I do that, then you can see we are actually able to hide the content of the popover. That is what we actually want, because when we click on it, we want to display the popover. Okay. And after that, we are going to use here a position property. So the position is going to like 250 pixel. So right now you cannot see, so I'm going to just simply remove the display property, because first we are going to set the style to this popover, and after that we are going to actually change its display property to none. Okay, this is just I showed you for the demonstration purpose. We are going to use the display property once we complete the styling of this popover and also its button, its paragraph element, and also its button. Okay, so coming back to our popover block of the code. So here first I will be specifying the width. So I actually use here a position. I have used here a wrong property. Here a position is going to be like absolute. Once I did that, then you can see they are now appearing like in a columnar structure, means one after the other. Okay, once I did the position absolute property, now it's time to add the width property. So width property is going to be like 250 pixel, and then I will be adding here a padding property. So padding is going to be like 10 pixel, and after that I need to apply here a border radius property, because we want our pop-up to be look like this, that will be showing the different browser like a rounded one. So that is why we are going to here use the border radius property of 10 pixel. And after that we need to use here a background color. So background is going to be like of white, because we are going to use here a box shadow property. That is the reason. So box shadow, and inside of the box shadow I'm going to use here a first 0, then 10 pixel, and then RGBA, because I have used box shadow in this way like many times in these particular course. So 0, then for 0 again 0, and for this one is also, let me first remove it again, type it, it's not taking up the shortcuts. RGBA, then 0 0 0, and then for alpha it's going to like 0.2. okay, once I did that, then you can see there is a nice. Okay, and after that we need to add a property of z index. So it's going to like, it's not going to pop up immediately, because here I have not specified the semicolon. So then I'm using a z index property. So z index is going to be 1, because it's going to be top of the button, is going to be laying at the top of the button. Okay, and after that we need to use the font size property. So the size of the font is going to be 16 pixel. Then there is a line height. This property is optional if you want to increase the height of the line. This is a new property I have introduced for the paragraph element. So it's going to be like 1.5, which actually increase the height of the line. And the last property that we want is the text align property. So we're going to align the text at the center. So you can see now our popover is, all elements is now appearing at the center, including the button. Now our next element to style it is the button. So we're going to provide the style for this close button, and also for the button that is actually visible behind this pop-up screen. This pop-up, I can say that. Okay, so first where will be going to type the btn. So it's going to immediately apply the style for both of the button, because the class of the both button, our close button and click me button, is actually the same. Okay, so once I type the code, it's going to immediately take the effect on both of the buttons. So the first property is we need is the display property. So the display is going to be like inline block, and next property I'm going to use is the padding property. So from both sides we want a padding of 10 pixel, and then we need to use the border radius property. So border radius is going to be like 5 pixel, and then we are going to use the background color property. So background color is going to be like 3f, and then we need 51bf. So this will be the background color for the button, and then we need the color property. So color is going to like hashtag FFF, and then after that we need the font size is going to like 16 pixel. So after specifying the font size property, the next property is actually our cursor pointer property. So when we hover over the button, then we can see there is a nice cursor is appearing on the button. And then we need the button hover effect. So for that I'm going to go again type the code and just leaving the background color and also removing the rest of the code, and then I'm going to here use the hover effect, and also I'm going to here change the color code to 303F, and then our color is 9F. So this is the color we want. So when I hover over it, then it's become little bit more darker. Now the style of the button and button is also done, popover and the body element. So it's time to actually make this popover display to hidden. So I'm going to type it here, display is going to be like none. Okay, so it's going to like none. So when I click it, then you can see now only element that is visible to our screen is the button. So that marks the completion of the code for the CSS part. So our next step is to add the JavaScript part to this popover project. Now it's time to add the JavaScript part to this particular popover project. So for that we need to use the JavaScript file, which is our script.js. So I have already linked this file to our index.html file. So the first thing is we need to actually get the reference to the button, which is our this click me button. Okay, so the ID of this button is actually my button. So I'm going to copy the ID, and inside of the script.js file I'm going to first create a variable of type constant. So here I'll be typing the const keyword, and then this is our my btn is going to equal to document dot get element by id, and inside of the id I'm going to place the ID of the button, which is my btn. Okay, and after doing that I'm going to again create the variable which is the const, you can say here a const my popover. My popover is equal to document dot, so I'm going to copy this line of code to save a little bit of time, and here inside of this my btn I'm going to paste the ID of the popover, which is my popover. Copy it, coming back to the script.js file, and I'm here pasting the code. Again I'm going to copy this second line of code and pasting it into one more time, and then I'm going to change the name here to close button. So close btn, and then I'm going to change the ID of this button to close btn. So in this project we have used the ID selector, which is the get element by ID, to select the IDs. Now we have successfully fetched the elements inside the script, so we have a reference to the elements. So after that we need to add the listener to this my btn. So I'm going to type here my btn dot add event listener, and inside of that we need to specify the listener that we are going to listen for it. So we are going to use the click listener, and after that we need to use the function. Then I'm going to specify the brackets of the function and then the body of the function. Here you can use the terminator. Okay, and after that inside of this we need to use the my popover. So we're going to update its class list. So this is the class list is equal to add, and when we click on the button we are going to make this as active. So once I save it, and if I click on this button, then you can see nothing is working. Now the reason for that it's not working is because inside the style.css file I have forgot to add 2 lines of the code. The reason for that I didn't add that particular line of the code is because I want to show this problem to you, how to fix it. So for that we need to provide the popover before element, and then we need to add the code inside of it. So the first thing is I'm going to type the popover active. So this is a popover. So when our popover is active, we want to actually change its display property from none to block so that it can be visible. So if I here set the display to block, then you can see when the popover button is active state, then it's going to display its entirely block, means it's going to cover the our button. If I come back to the script.js file, here we have just only add the active. So if I just again control save it, then you can see it's actually not changing. So if I refresh it, then our popover is gone and the button is displayed. So in order to add the close button functionality, we want to set the listener to the button and we have to use the remove function. So I'm going to copy this block of code and pasting it one more time. Here I'm going to replace it with the close button, which is the close btn, and inside of that, instead of using add function, we are going to use here a remove function. Now if I click on the button, then you can see if I close it, then it's actually going to close the button as well. So now our code is actually working perfectly fine. So if I refresh it and if I click on it, and if I want to remove the popover, then you can see if I click it, so that marks the completion of the code. Now our project is successfully developed. The only piece of information of the only code that is missing is actually this popover.active code, which is missing. That is why the click functionality of the popover is not working. So when I click on it, then this is not going to work. So if I remove it, I control save it, if I click it, then you can see nothing is working, because we want to change the active state of the popover to log. One more thing I want to give you, just for the experimental purpose, if I use here a flex, then you can see our popover will look like this. So you can add a profile icon, like the button should be displayed first in a rounded circle, then you can create a profile pop-up by using this particular code. Okay, and yes, I'm changing back it to blog because that is the application that we want to develop. Okay, so that marks the completion of this particular project inside this lecture. So if you like this lecture, then please leave a review, because your review definitely going to help me to increase the quality of my future courses. So thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome back to this lecture. So in this lecture, we are going to create the ASCII and Unicode character detector application. So this will be the final application that we are going to build in this particular lecture. So you can see it has a nice white card-like effect, and it has a text ASCII and Unicode character. We can say that the heading. Then we have this input type and then a detect button. So if we type here a character, like it can only accept a one character, because there is a max length attribute is specified inside the tag of the input. So if I click on the detect, then it's going to return the entered character is an ASCII character. Or if I go with the Google, and here if I type the ASCII Unicode, like if I have to actually use here ASCII Unicode tables, if I just simply go there, I have actually misspelled it. So if I just completely research with it, because I want to teach you what will be the output of the ASCII character. So you can see these are all ASCII characters and these are the Unicode characters. So if I just simply copy this copyrighted one, which is this C, if I copy this one and coming back to our application, paste it, and if I detect it, then you can see it's a Unicode character. So this will be the application that we are going to build in this particular lecture. So the first step is to actually start with the HTML code. So here you can see I have already created a project inside my Visual Studio Code, and also I have created the style.css file and also my script.js file. So I'm going to give the title to this project, which is ASCII and Unicode character. So it's going to like ASCII and / Unicode character detector. Okay, so this will be the title for this project, and also I'm going to link my CSS file. So actually this file is present in the same directory where I have actually placed my index.html file, and also I'm going to link my script.js file, script src, and the name of our file is script. So now the both files is now linked with our HTML. So the first thing is we need to start with the creation of this container. Okay, and then we need to place these three elements and also this one to display the final result of the logic. Okay, so this will be the screen we need to build. So again, I'm going to click on this to see the output and the input of the code, so that I can see the output once I type the code inside the Visual Studio Okay, so the first step is I need to create the container. So I'm pressing the dot and here using the container and then pressing the tab key. So it's going to give me the container of div. Okay, and everything will be present inside this container. Okay, so I'm going to click on it, and inside of this I will be specifying the first, which is the h1 element. Pressing the tab key, so it's automatically complete the text, means the tag, and then we need to give the heading as X key Unicode character detector. So I'm going to copy this title from here and pasting it inside the h1 element. So this will be the h1 tag. Now I'm going to launch this application by using this live server extension. So if I click it, then you can see it's going to launch the application into my browser. So here you can see now our application is now perfectly working. So the next element we need is actually the input type. So this will be the next element we need to specify after the h1 element. So I'm going to use here the input type. So input type is going to be like text, because we need to identify the character value. So we are going to leave it as a text because we need to find out the character of both, whether it's number, text, or alphanumeric character, or maybe a special symbol. Okay, so that is why I'm going to leave the type as text. Then we need to specify the ID. Now this ID will be used to specify the logic. So I'm going to specify the ID as character input. Then for accepting only a single character, here we need to specify the max length property. So I'm going to specify only one. If I save it, then you can see we get the input. If I don't specify this max length, right now you can see if I press the multiple times key, then it's going to accept only a single character. And if I just simply remove this property max length, and here if I type many characters, so you can see it's going to accept multiple characters. But our logic is designed in such a way that it's going to only take the first character and the rest of them is actually ignored. So it's better to actually restrict the user to add the character more than once. So I'm going to again specifying this max length property by pressing the Ctrl Z. So it's going to give me the max length attribute inside this particular HTML element. Okay, so the next we need a placeholder. So placeholder is going to be like enter text, or you can say that the character will be more meaningful, like here. Okay, so it's going to be like enter a character. So this will be the placeholder text for this particular input. If I control save it, then you can see enter a character is now appearing inside the input element. And the next element that we need to specify is the button. So it's going to have button, and this will be having a text like detect, and inside of this button we need to specify the attribute which is on click. So inside the on click I'm going to call the function, or you can say that yes, it is going to be the function like detect character ECT. So I'm actually here just type the name of the function. So it's going to be like character detector also, and we need to specify the rounded brackets. And then the final element that we need is to display the result. For that we are going to use the paragraph element, and we need to specify the ID to this paragraph element as a result. Once I save it, then you can see we are able to see the all elements inside the screen. So we are going to style it by using the style.css, which is our next step. Now our next step is to start with the CSS part of this particular project. So for that we need to use the style.css file. So inside of that style.css file, first I'm going to select the body element, and inside the body first I'm going to change the font family. So font family we are going to use like Arial Helvetica. So this will be the font. Right now you can see the font is now changed. And then we need to use the background color. So background color I will be using here a 5.8 and 7.6, and this will be a D8, which is for the bluish color. And after that I will be using here a display property. So display is going to be like flex. Once I do that, then you can see nothing is changing. Then we need to specify the our justify content is going to be like center, and then we need to use the align item properties, which is also going to be center. And then we need to use the height property. So height is going to be like 100 VH. Once I do that, then you can see this is now appearing inside the center of the browser. Okay, so again I'm going to maximize or minimize it, resize it, sorry, not a maximize or minimize. The next step is we need to actually provide the style for this container. Okay, so we're going to do that. Okay, I actually control save it inside the browser because my cursor is actually on the browser. So I'm going to copy this class name of the container, and coming back to the style.css file, inside of it I'm going to paste the code and then start the block of the code for this container element. Now inside of this container element, first we need to specify the background color, which is going to be like white. So hashtag 3 times F, it's going to give us the white color. So you can see now the white color is appearing. So I'm going to just little bit decrease the size of this Visual Studio Code window. Okay, and then you can see the output is now much clear way. And then we need to use the border radius. So border radius is going to be like 5 pixels so that we can get the nice bordered card. And then we need to use the padding. So padding is going to be like 20 pixels. Once I save it, then you can see the inner space of the text is actually increased, means the container and between the text, the spacing is now increased. Then we need to use the box shadow property, which is I used quite a lot in this particular course. So you must know how to use it, this particular box shadow. And then I'm going to use here a 10 pixel. Then RGBA function, RGBA, not RBG. Then here I will be using 0, 0, 0, and for the alpha is going to be like 0.2. Once I save it, then you can see there is a nice shadow is appearing inside this particular project. Okay, or you can say that the body element. And then we need to use the max width property. So max width is going to be like 400 pixel. So you can see now the size is actually decreased, which we actually want. And then we need to actually just leave it as with the max width property because the rest of the properties is not required for this particular project. Okay, so that's for the, after specifying the max width property, the container code is now completed. The next step is we need to stylize this h1 element, because in our project, if I just simply maximize it, then you can see it's appearing in the 2 line, but in our final product it's actually appearing in a single line. So to do that, we need to provide the style to our this particular h1 element. Okay, so for that, here I will be using the h1 element directly because there is right now only one heading tag is available, which is our h1. So inside of it, I will be using the font size property. So again, it's resizing the window of the browser. And here first I need to use the font size property. So the font size is going to be like 24 pixel. So once I do that, then you can see the size of the font is decreased. Okay, and then I need to use here a text align property. So text align is going to be like center of the screen, means the container. And then we need to provide the margin bottom property. So margin bottom is going to be like 20 pixel. Okay, then we need to style this input type. So I'm going to directly selecting the input element and using here a type selector attribute. So type selector, not attribute, type selector is equal to text. So we need to specify it inside the double quotes. So it's going to like text, and then we need to use the block of the code for the CSS. So the first property that I'm going to specify is the width property. So width is going to be like 95%. Save it, and you can see the, once I specified the width property, the button is now appearing in the next line. If I just remove this width property, then you can see button and both this input type is now appearing in a single line. So again, I'm just using here so 95%. And then the next property we want is the padding. So padding is going to be like from all sides 10 pixel. So now you can see the sizes of the input type is increased. And then we need to use here a color property, which is like for the black, I think. Yes, it's going to be like black. Or if I save it, then if I type the character, then it's going to have a black. If I use here a hashtag FFF, then it's going to give us a white character which is not visible. So I will be using here a black one. 3 times 0, it's going to give us a black color. Okay, and the next property we want is the border. So when you want to specify the border, or I can go with the border property, and border is going to be like 1 pixel solid, and also we need to specify here hashtag CC, which is for the border color. Right now you can see the border is slightly gray. Now this color property is not required because by default the color of the input type is black, so I'm going to remove these color property. And after that I need to provide the border radius is going to be like 5 pixel, so that we get the rounded corners. And then we need to use the margin bottom property because right now the button and this input type is now pairing very close to each other, so we need to specify the margin bottom property. Once I did that, then there is a space between these two elements. So that marks the completion of the code for the input type for the CSS part. So our next step is to actually start with the code of this button. So selecting the button element directly by using the tag name, because right now there is only one button is available inside the index.html. So the first property I'm going to specify is 10 pixel. So 10 pixel from top and bottom and 20 pixel from left and right. So you can see now the button size is increased because there is an inner space between the button text and the container is increased. That is why. And then the next is we need to use the background color property. So background color is going to be like bluish one. So this will be the color we are going to use for the background. Then we need to specify the color property. So we need a white color. And then we need to remove the border. So the border is going to be like none. And then we need to use the border radius. So border radius is going to be like 5 pixel. Okay, so the next is, and the last and another property that we want is the font weight property is going to be like bold. And then the last property that we need to specify is the cursor property. So cursor pointer. So when we hover over the button, then we see a pointer instead of the arrow. And then we need to use the button, which is the most popular one for like everyone use it, which is hover. Inside of that we need to use the background color property. So the background color we need to change it a little bit darker. So it's like 448 and then we have AFF. So this will be the color. So if I hover over it, then you can see there is a slightly light color than the previous button, means previous color. Okay, so that marks the completion of the code for the button. The last element that we need to provide the style is the result element. So I'm going to copy this. It's having an ID attribute. So we need to use here a hash symbol and then we need to paste the name of the ID. And inside of that we need to provide the font size. So the font size is going to be like 18 pixel. And then we need to provide here a text line property. So the text line is going to be like in the center of the screen. And after that we need to specify the margin top property, which is like 10 pixel. So if I just type here some text like this is the result, save it, then you can see this will be the output that is appearing inside the paragraph element. Okay, so I'm going to just leave it as this text here because once we click on the button, then this particular text will be updated inside the JavaScript logic, which is our next step. So our next step is to start with the JavaScript part of the project. So for that we need to use the script.js file. Now inside of that, first we need to specify the function which is detect character, because inside the HTML element of button we have specified the onClick event which will invoke the detect character function. So I'm going to copy the name of this detect character function and coming back to the script.js file. So here I will be writing the function keyword and then I will be specifying the name of the function which is detect character. And start the body of the function, not the square ones. We need the curly brackets. And before specifying the code inside of this function, we need to create a function which is going to return the ASCII character, which is going to check for the ASCII character, because we are going to use a simple if-else condition. If it is an ASCII character, then we need to display the message ASCII character. So we are going to check for the one condition. Okay, because that is an easy, because ASCII character actually ranges from 0 to 127. So there are only 128 ASCII characters. Whereas the Unicode characters are those characters which has more than 128 characters. It supports lots of characters like geeks characters and Chinese character as well, and also supports some emojis as well. Okay, so it is more advanced than the ASCII character. If you want to know more about these two particular character set, then you can simply Google it and I have already googled it by using this Brave browser. You can see here, you can see inside the table of the ASCII table, this is started from 0 and it's actually ended here 127. So there are total 128 ASCII characters, whereas a Unicode character has added some more of them. You can see it has 8000, like there is so many Unicode characters. Right now they are actually, this particular table is showing the most common used one. So you can Google it and you will get the result, but you don't need to actually learn all of these characters, and I actually recommend you don't try to learn these characters, because whenever you want it, you have a Google, you can simply go and get the code of the character if you want to use it inside your website. Okay, so don't try to learn these characters and all of them, just get some basic knowledge about it so that you can develop this basic project. And also the conditions of this project is not super hard. So coming back to the script part of the project, so first I'm going to specify the function keyword, and then we need to specify the function name, which is ASCII. Okay, and then the bracket of this particular function. So it's going to accept a character which we will get from the input type enter a character. So it's going to accept a character. So I'm going to type it here, character. It's going to accept an argument. Okay, and inside of that we need to first fetch the elements, which is the ID of this particular input type, button, and also the result. So we need to fetch the IDs of all of these three elements. So the first thing is I'm going to type here const. So const, then the name of the, which is our character input. So character input. So it's going to handle the character input. Then it's going to have document dot get element by ID. Then we need to specify the ID. Okay, so coming back to the HTML part, so this is the character input, copy it, and coming back to the JavaScript part, so I'm going to paste it. After specifying the ID of the character input, we need to actually make changes inside this line of code. The character input need to be specified inside the double quotes. So I'm going to save it, then I'm going to copy this line of code one more time for the result one. So here I will be typing the result, and inside of this I need to also type the result, because the ID of this particular paragraph element is result. So we don't need to fetch the ID of this button, because actually we have specified the on click event inside the button, and there is no ID we have used inside this button element. Okay, so we need to fetch the ID elements of these two elements, which is input type and also the paragraph element. So after specifying the ID inside the JavaScript, means we have now bind the input elements inside the JavaScript. Now we have access of it, so we can apply our logic. So first I'm going to add the line of code inside this particular is ASCII function. So we are going to return directly, we are going to return a character, because this particular function will accept an argument, so obviously it's going to return a character. So character dot, we are going to use here a function which is a char code. So there is a pre-built function available inside the JavaScript, which is our char code. So actually we need to use here char code at. So this will be the function we are going to use. So whatever index we will specify to this function, it's going to return a value, means a character value. Okay, and we are going to check with this particular char code function whether it's a ASCII code character or a Unicode character. So we need to add a condition also. So for that we need to use here a 0 and equal to sign, because we want to check for the 127th character as well. So this particular char code function gives you an Unicode character value. So suppose if you specify here like 65, which is a capital A character, so the Unicode value of 65 is actually means the Unicode value, I will say the A. If I go to the table, the 65 is actually equal to A, means the Unicode value of 65 is actually A. So if I saying the right thing, or I can say that in 65 position we have a capital A. So you can see this is the decimal notation of the A character. So that is what we actually, so there are total 127 ASCII character, and we have more than like 128 Unicode characters, means the Unicode character is more advanced than like I previously explained. Okay, so that is why we have specified here 127. So whatever index means the whatever character we will pass, if it is lies between the 0 to 127, then it is actually going to be a Unicode character. If we specify a character inside this input type which has an index value is actually greater than this 127, then it's actually a Unicode character. So with the Unicode character return function, because this function will always return a Unicode character, but with that logic, this particular condition, we are able to check for the ASCII and Unicode character both. Okay, so I think it is like little confusing for you, but if you just simply try to understand, you will get the point what's actually going on in this particular line of code. Okay, so this particular function does what is actually going to return a Unicode value, whatever index is specified, but with the use of this function and with this condition, we are able to check for the ASCII code. If the value that is specified inside of this input I say like capital A, so capital A decimal value is actually 65. So 65 is smaller than this 127. So it's going to return a ASCII character. Means we need to specify more conditions inside this particular detect character function. So we are going to do that. And Unicode character also has this ASCII character. So that is why this particular char code will also work with ASCII character as well. Because this Unicode character set has ASCII as well, because it is this Unicode character is slightly more advanced than this ASCII one. If you Google it, Wikipedia article, then you will get the complete idea. Now coming back to this function which is our detect character, we need to specify more code inside of it. So again we need a variable to actually get the character. So we need to use the character, and here we need to convert the character input into value, because right now we are getting the text, so we need to use a value. So not Arial, it's actually a simple value, and after that we need to check for the condition. So here we are going to check for the if is ASCII, we are going to use the function and pass the character. So right now we are passing the character which we are getting from the character input as a value. So if it's an ASCII character, which is then we need to return, or I can say that the result value inner HTML will be updated, or I can say that the inner text, not the HTML. We want to update the text of the paragraph element because we have access to the result, okay, which is a paragraph element. So input text is equal to, then I'm going to use here the entered, which is a nice message. Enter character is an ASCII character. Okay, so this will be an ASCII character if it is lies between the 0 to 127, and if it is not, then obviously it's going to be a Unicode character. So I'm going to copy this line of code to save a little bit of time, and inside of that I'm going to type here a Unicode. Okay, so that marks the completion of the code for this entire project. If I control save it and try to run this, so here I will be writing a 5, means typing a 5. If I click on detect, the entered character is an ASCII character. If I here type 1, then if I click on the detect, then you can see it's still an ASCII character. So we need a Unicode character to check whether this particular block of code is working for the Unicode character one or not. So for that I'm coming back to our table. So here what I'm going to do, I'm simply going to copy this pi symbol, copy this, and coming back to my Google Chrome, and here I will be pasting this pi symbol. If I click on the detect, the entered character is a Unicode character, because right now the decimal notation of this is actually 182, and it is actually greater than this value of this 127. So that is why it's actually a Unicode character. So guys, that marks the completion of this particular project, which is our ASCII and Unicode character detector project. So if you like this course, then please leave a review, because your review will definitely going to help me to increase the quality of my courses, and also it's going to help me to increase the quality of my future courses. Okay, so that's it for this lecture. Thank you for watching, and I will see you the next time in the next course. Thank you for watching.